Talking Ball Y'all Media proudly brings to you Friday Night Gridiron, powered by Diamond Productions. Their motto is, we don't set the bar, we raise it. Now let's head out to the stadium and join the voice of the Maroon Tide, Clay Sweet and Ricky Whitaker.
Welcome into Lee Triplett Stadium, and tonight, Rick, a special treat as we've got a doubleheader of soccer in store for us tonight. The Picayune Lady Tide and the Pearl River Central Lady Devils set to get underway in just a few moments. We'll have the nightcap, the men's action following this as our intro. That's of course, our football intro, but It gives us a chance to kind of come into the broadcast. So you heard it preparing us for a Friday night football affair, but this one's going to be a special one, a rivalry matchup. Both teams really fighting for district seeding, Rick. And if you're joining us on the booth cam, I hope that I have the link to the YouTube channel so you can actually see the match inside of the description. But if you'll search Talking Ball Y'all on our YouTube channel, you actually see the play on the field. We kind of use this as a commercial for that. Rick, I should have welcomed you into the booth. Welcome in, man. We've got a game here in this first match on the ladies' side. Both teams really fighting for advantage in their district standings.
Yeah, if you look at the Lady Devils and the schedule they've put together for non-district play, it was a tough one. But each week you've seen the Lady Devils getting a lot better. Maroon Tide, it's similar, right? Just looking for offense. I think both teams have been here in district play, but a couple of 1 and 2 teams in district. Picayune currently sitting in 5th right now, and of course Pearl River Central sitting in 3rd right now. Pearl River Central's long win was over Pascagoula. That was on Friday night a week ago. Had a loss to Hancock and Long Beach. Picayune Lady Maroon Tide had a win at Gaucher to open up district, and then had back-to-back losses with Hancock and Pascagoula. So a big game tonight for both teams. You know, in soccer, you'll play each district opponent twice. So get ready to almost finish up this first round of matchups with your district opponent. So certainly a very important game for both squads tonight.
Really is. Aiden Stockstill night here at Lee Triplett Stadium, honoring a young man who tragically passed away last year. He was a Tidesman on the 9th grade squad that played a big part of varsity success. He was a awesome young man, and he'll be honored throughout tonight's festivities here, the Aiden Stockstill match that we have in front of us. An early start for the Tide, a through ball and a shot on goal early. A breakdown defensively for the Lady Devils, and getting it off of her foot early was Jayleese, as she had a nice shot at it, Rick, here in our opening minute of this match. A really good look at it from the Lady Tide perspective.
Yeah, that was a quick run for them, Clay. It's something to watch tonight. The defense for the Devils have been what they've hung their hat on all year, but one of those really good defenders, and Sophie Whitaker, she's had to make the move to offense tonight. Alexa Vaughn is out tonight, one of the primary offensive players. So you're going to ask a lot from this defense to fill those shoes tonight.
Villa Pando with that opening shot for the Tide that was just a bit up. As you mentioned, Rick, that Sophie Whitaker. Full disclosure, we've got a doubleheader pretty close to our hearts tonight. Sophie Whitaker, of course, the daughter of Ricky Whitaker, color analyst, and really, really good friend for a long time. Kind of a different nerve set, Rick, when you get set to talk about action that involves your own. We have this one in the first one, tied with another good offensive attack here. Have it in the far corner before it will be booted out of the boundary. Ty going to have a throw from a good spot. That was pretty good recover defensively. That was Mackenzie Porter able to reset the defense for the Devils, but the Lady Tide off to a quick start offensively. 2 good attacks so far. Have another good look at it here on the throw. Good job, though, by the Lady Devils, able to clear it.
Yeah, Porter's done a really good job. She's really stepped up on defense this year, and been playing some good defensive play here as of late.
Talk about the nerves as Father's here in the booth. Nerves of a rivalry matchup. We already kind of set the stage what this means in district play. But anytime you take on a rival, that ups the intensity. Coaches and players can say what they want about it being just another game, but that's not the case when these two schools get together. Tide controlling it so far through the final third for the Blue Devils defensively. Have spent more time down there, I think, than the Blue Devils would like. But as you mentioned, Rick, anytime you have a change in the lineup, you're shifting folks. Sometimes it takes a minute to kind of get all on the same page, but the Tide have controlled possession here through the first 3 minutes and some change of this match.
Yeah, they have, and the Lady Devils coming off of probably their best game of the season last week. Took a loss to a very good Long Beach team, but played really hard, really went down to the wire.
Lady Tide under the leadership of head coach Edison Williams gets assistance, probably more than that really, from his bride, and that is Dr. Kimberly Williams, keeping Edison Williams straight there on the Tide sideline. Be a throw for the Tide.
Just not a very good inbound throw there.
Physical play that involves Sophie Whitaker. You talked about her moving up top. She's used to that kind of contact defensively. Caitlin Wash now with it at midfield. Tries to play it out to the left and has. A whistle going to go against the Lady Tide, will result in Lady Blue Devil possession.
Yes, an aggressive game, Clay, and I think the ladies play it about as aggressive as you can. That's going to be Keller Lowe who's going to kick this ball. Got a good foot on her. She gets a pretty good ball away.
Yep, down the near side, and Sophie Whitaker fighting for it. A trio of Tidesmen. Our Lady Tide fighting for it as well. Coming out with it was Beck for the Lady Tide. You got a chance to see Beck in your Lady Tide flag coverage. Some of these names going to be really familiar to you, as you and Jeff Lossett did a good job following the Lady Tide through their flag season. Here's Wash with it at midfield. She'll play it back, trying to build from the back, or the Lady Tide. That's Wagner trying to play a good ball down the far side, but good defensive recovery there by the Lady Devils. Take possession.
Yeah, that's Katie Moray. She's been solid on defense, and good thing she was there because Kylie Barnado has great speed if she gets that corner. But Lady Devil's going to run a 4-4-2 look, Clay, and that's really a defensive set for those not super familiar with the game. Only two offensive players up front. Picayune going to run something similar to that as well. But, again, you lost a lot of offensive firepower, did the Devils, from last year. Bill Hartwell's at Hines. Leah Trahan was another really good scorer. Caitlin Duff's at East Central. And then Mackenzie Hepler, who was the heart of this team last year, playing up at Southwest. So you had three college players playing at the junior college level that they've had to fill.
Yeah, that's a mouthful, too, man,
yeah.
to be able to try to replace it. You put 3 of the 11 on a community college club. You'll see the men's team for Picayune trying to replace the same type of firepower in the night camp. So that's an interesting point by you to point out what the Lady Devils have lost.
That's another smart heads-up play there by Porter. And as you mentioned, we're seeing this Lady Devil defense get tested a lot here early in this first half of play.
Yeah, and I know you're a humble guy, but Sophie Whitaker really logged a ton of minutes as a freshman back on that defensive side for the Devils. So sometimes a shift in positions can play a part, especially early when everyone's getting used to it. A corner piece here for the Tide, and a well-placed ball, just not retrieved by the Lady Tide in front, but now trying to gain possession and have.
Yeah, you're going to see number 5, Riley Griffin. She's probably the Lady Devils' best offensive player, has the most experience and a lot of points scoring as of last year, but you'll see her play back pretty deep on the defensive side, and they'll ask a lot for her to have to come back and also make that move from offense to defense.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of what we'll see tonight. Versatile players from each side throughout the night, whether it's the ladies' action or the men's, both pivotal for district play. Both sets of games will have 3 games already played in district, so meeting each other at a pivotal point in a rivalry ball game like this. Nerves will be on edge, certainly for both sides. Appreciate Jackson Harrelson bringing you the footage here on our Diamond Productions live stream. Out working the camera once again for us tonight. Here with the Blue Devils with an attack. Sophie Whitaker with it on her boot. She'll play it back, trying to set up a teammate. It's going to result in a good ball down in the corner.
That's Keller Lowe again with a great ball.
And that was Savannah Neal, I believe, retrieving it in that far corner. Now out of the boundary, but that was probably Pearl River Central's best opportunity here through the opening 9 minutes. 0-0, 9 minutes have been played. That was probably the Blue Devils' best attack. Had gotten it forward to Sophie Whitaker, made a good pass back, and that pass back resulted in a good ball to the corner, testing the Tide defense. And now have it with a throw, see what the Blue Devils can do with it. Going to get an errant throw. It'll go right back over to the Lady Tide.
Coach Paul Ross going to be in his first year helping out with this program. He really does the duties. He and Mason Hunt together, but primarily does the duty for the ladies. Been doing a good job. I think he's been proud of the progress he's seen from his group this year. And as we said, we've seen them get a little bit better each game, learning to play together, the extra passes, things that he's been looking for. And you'll hear him say that a lot during the game. And aggression. I know he's looking for aggression. He preaches a lot about the first 10 minutes really just coming as hard as you can to try to get a team back on their heels. But it's been the Tide who's really been the aggressor here so far. But the Devils looking to flip that script here in this first half.
Yep, have a throw here. Close to the final third for the Tide defensively. But now a ball played through for the Lady Tide, a counterattack and a great recovery by Annie Alfonso. Did a good job there. Alonzo, excuse me, is Annie Alonzo with a really good recovery.
Yep, Annie,
not
one
to
of the
allow
senior
a
captains.
goal. Yeah, that was good speed shown by her. As you mentioned, a captain, Rick, and doing just what a senior needs to do, being in the right spot, right on time. Turned away the effort. Tide do have possession with the throw momentarily, but taken away rather quickly. Good defensive play here by Kylie Varnado. She's got it to Wash in the center. Wash for the Tide, a big offensive component. She's got 2 goals, 7 shots on goal for the Tide. Varnado, we mentioned her a moment ago with her skill set. She's got 2 goals, 4 assists, 4 shots on goal.
Yeah, and the Lady Tide looking to cross that one. Good defense there, and you had 22. That was Caitlin Wash was coming up there to make a play on it.
Here's a corner. Got it on the boot of Wash. Wash has a shot, but defended at the last second as Wash had an opportunity with one there, but Lady Devils turned her away, and that was created off the corner. And then a deflection, but eventually Wash had it on her boot and almost turned into a goal for the Lady Tide.
Yep, second corner kick for the Tide, and just the Devil defense a little bit slow reacting. Got to get that ball kicked out a lot quicker than that. And that's what Coach Ross will be yelling from the sideline for his instructions.
Yeah, those corners, those sets, if you can create those, boy, they play a huge part. You just want to accumulate those throughout the night. Eventually, those chances are going to turn into a ripple on the back of the net. Here's another set piece for the Tide, and that one's going to make it all the way back to the keeper. Able to handle that one rather easily.
And there's Bennett showing that leg off.
Yeah, that is a booming kick from the keeper. And Bennett, that's potentially better than a boot you'll see in the nightcap from either keeper as Bennett launches one. Immediately goes into attack mode due to the Blue Devils. That's Neal trying to get it off of her foot. Whitaker's lingering through the middle for the Blue Devils as that was on the far side. And it eventually tapped beyond the boundary. Will be Lady Tide possession. Both teams still filling it out a bit here in the opening 14 minutes. 0-0. Wash plays it to the far side, looking to get it back, but this is a good run on that far side.
Yep, Kylie able to get that corner, but Katie Morey does a good job of closing it off and putting it back on the side of the Lady Devils. Got to get a good throw in here.
Gets it back to the middle. That's where Wash will defend, and it'll be a whistle. Aggressive defense from Wash. Caitlin Wash got a chance to visit with her father last time was here at Lee Triplett Stadium.
Definitely knows his way around Lee Triplett Stadium, does Mr. Nick Wash. And, well, you can tell it's a rivalry game. It's an aggressive game. That's the third penalty kick that we've had here tonight.
No cards have been issued, but Rick right on top of it, the third penalty. 15 minutes in now, no score. Wash with the ball that she tried to play across, but a little heavy on the touch, allowed the defense for the Lady Devils to get back involved. That ball was trying to be played to Scarlett Crum, but able to get back into the play were the Lady Devils. Lady Devils just looking for a bit of possession here, unable to find it. Villapando's been good for the Lady Tide. She's dressed in 4. Tide have the maroon tops, gray bottoms, maroon socks for their kit tonight. Blue Devils with that white top. Is that a blue numeral there, Rick, and a blue bottom, or is that black look for the Lady Devils?
Yeah, that's going to be the black numerals and the black look, I believe, Clay. Maybe a blue numeral and black shorts. I should know that.
Nothing like being put on the spot. This is where I normally put you.
That was a layup, though, my friend. It was a 2-foot putt.
Here's the Lady Devils with a good opportunity.
Gotta work up.
Trying to get it off the right foot and deflect it off the shot. You could see it really rounding into that opportunity, trying to get it off that right foot, and did. That was Griffin. Whitaker possession. Plays it back. Whitaker now with another boot on it. Filippondo once again getting involved for the Tide. She's been active.
Pretty good ball handling on defense here. Nicole Carter, who's typically on the offensive side, really good ball handler. That's going to be another foul.
Yep, that's a late boot in from Filippondo, who's been super involved here. She'll have a whistle go against her. Still clean when it comes to cards, each team. Nice play on the near side for the Lady Tide.
Yeah,
and was lucky with a good play.
Yeah, with their defense, the Lady Tide's back half just hasn't let anything through. You press those, assuming one will get through eventually, but not the case so far here tonight. Lady Tide doing a nice job of not letting anything past them.
Yeah, certainly a game of numbers, and you want the percentages to play out. You accumulate as many set pieces as you can, as many through balls as you can. You just hope through the night that a couple will find their way into the netting. That's not always the case in this beautiful but crazy game, but that's certainly what you hope for. As back evolved again defensively for the Tide. Good speed shown on the far side by Lady Devil. That was Porter again showing off her wheels.
Yep, does a good job again getting there and cutting off Varnado.
First substitution of the night. Going to bring on Meadow Thickpen will the Tide. Will take off Jaylise Villapando. Going to come off. So Meadow Thickpen on. Villapando off for the Tide. First sub for either squad. Wash with a long distance attempt. Defended well. That was Alonzo again. Tide, though, with good possession. Have it on the foot of Meadow Thickpen, who just checked in. Going to play it back. Set up a long shot. Bailey Williams. Ton of confidence in that right boot. 3 goals, 5 assists, 6 shots on goal. But there she was trying to hammer home a banger, Rick. She took that one from distance. It's no good. But Tide a bit impatient here, growing on halfway through our opening half at the 21-minute mark, and Williams with a long attempt there.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. I think if you've got a shot and you can take it, take the shot, and you never know if one goes through, and that was a well-hit ball, just a little bit wide.
Spoken by 2 soccer dads up here, right? We get ours with a boot neared, and there's a chance. We're telling them to launch it, right?
Launch it.
Patience is for somebody else's kid.
That's right.
Yeah, I can respect that, man. Go ahead and take that shot. Keller Lowe got involved there, trying to play it out to the far side. See whose possession it is. It'll be the Tide's throw. Trying to work that far line. Almost has trickled all the way through. Tide missed a bit of an opportunity there, Rick, as the throw made it all the way through to a backline defender. They'll get another shot at it with another throw, but that was a bit risky from the Lady Devils' perspective.
Yeah, nobody home there. That was too easy.
Here, a better job initially by the Lady Devils, but not cleared, and Lady Tide with a shot at it. On a good ball to Thickpen. Thickpen plays it back wide to Williams. Williams has it taken away. That's a nice play by Nicole Carter. Thickpen had a good idea in the middle there. Played it back out to her left flank. Well, nothing comes of it.
Yeah, I think Nicole Carter was trying to get that ball, see if she could get that, maybe knock it, ricochet it off of the Lady Tide defender's legs, but not the case there, so Tide going to keep possession.
Tide with an injury checking out. We'll have to get the number on that young lady. Possession taken on the far side by the Blue Devils. That's Griffin with a good run. Good push all the way out to midfield before she's contested. It'll be a throw for Griffin, one of the better runs. Trying to find Whitaker with it in the center, and this ball is just launched. Tide going to be back defensively to take care of it. That's Sophie Raspberry going to have it. Going to play it back to the keeper. Keeper Lori Lee Waterman. So beyond the halfway point here in our opening half, no score. Tide trying to play it to the near side wide. A heavy first touch going to allow the defense to recover. Defense being Nicole Carter, who's been active. Carter momentarily found Piper Bauer. Bauer going to have it taken away. It's been that second and third pass, Rick, for the Lady Devils has been a bit elusive, just unable to find that connection piece. And as you mentioned, sometimes a shake-up in the lineup, that's where it will show.
Yeah, I think you're seeing that a little bit. Several players out of place, but getting some good experience with that as well. Hopefully some things they'll figure out. And
Here's Whitaker with a good challenge at midfield, able to survive it as Beck. Yeah, that's a good point too, Rick, as we've said, hasn't been a great possession half for the Lady Devils, but have survived it without giving up anything either. So if you can learn on the job and keep it 0-0, as you see Whitaker getting really involved here over the last 2 or 3 minutes.
yeah, and she's got to take that extra touch. Gave it up a little bit too early. You'll hear Coach Ross say, make sure you find feet before you pass it. Don't want to just pass it to empty air.
Here's a good ball down the far side. Unable to stay with it was Kylie Varnado. I think she had a boot come out from underneath her, Rick. Maybe a bit shaken up in the process as well.
Yeah, you hope Kylie's okay. That's a big loss for the Lady Tide if she's not on the field.
She's down at about the 7-yard marker if you'll use the football kind of on that far side from us.
Coach Williams going to take a look.
Coach Edison Williams, once again assisted by his bride, Dr. Kimberly Williams. Hard-working club here, Rick. I can speak to that just as much as I'm around the stadium. For this club, I know you can speak to the hard work that the Lady Devils do as well. As you'll see Varnado, she's coming off under her own power, Rick, but not putting a whole lot of weight. As that was, I think it was non-contact. I could be mistaken on that, but I think she cut back to get one, and this turf's kind of unforgiving when you try to make a cut like that, and so she's hobbling off. That's a key component of the Tide attack. 2 goals, 4 assists, 4 shots on goals for the Lady Tide. And when you look at it percentage-based, Rick, this is a Tide offense that's come up with 10 goals on the year, so she's 20% of that output. And Coach Williams certainly concerned.
Yeah, she's tough as nails too, and I know she's going to do everything she can to get back into this game, but we just hope she's okay and it doesn't have to be out too long.
Got a good mind for the game. Good comes from an awesome family. Good sports mind on that family. Good roots in the community for Kylie Varnado.
Yep.
Here's a ball played forward to Thigpen. Thigpen trying to find a teammate on the far side. It was the right kind of pass out, just didn't feel that spot on the far side. And so now the Lady Tide will go through some of what we've described the Lady Blue Devils fighting through, Rick, and that's when you start to rotate players unaccustomed to being in certain roles. How does that affect this match with 15 minutes remaining in our opening half? Here's a good run by Beck down the far side. She's gotten herself in a real good spot. Gonna launch it wide. Excuse me, that was Villa Pando with a shot. She's been good here in the opening half, in my opinion.
Yeah, she has been. Tried to cross it there, just didn't quite get enough of it, but had some help there with Thigpen running through the middle.
You can see the Tide really pressing numbers up forward. As this half has gone along, you've seen the Tide just kind of creep forward, and now really have
Nice header there by Katie.
Moved that line up. Lady Devils maybe going to be able to take advantage of that and pop one over the head of the Lady Tide and let Whitaker run into one. We shall see. Down the far side.
Just really good defense by the Tide. I mean, you had 2 or 3 deflections just on that one possession.
And once again turned away. That was a good job defensively on that far side by the Lady Tide. And another good spot there by Carter.
Yeah, someone out of position on the Lady Tide, Lady Devil defense. That was a lot of green there without someone defending.
If you're watching on the booth cam, you can go over and find us on the Talking Ball Y'all YouTube channel. That's where you can actually see the play out on the pitch. Here's Whitaker trying to put a run together, taken away. A good steal made there by Valquez. Valquez with a good steal. That's her 9th on the season. Around the 13-minute mark here in our opening half. Score bug and a clock pretty close.
Yeah, we have got that clock everyone's been asking for during the gridiron season. We got it for soccer.
A bit easier to keep here in this soccer season. Oh, here's Wash with it. Gonna play it back to the middle for Thigpen. Thigpen tried to boot it back and set up a teammate. Blue Devils take advantage of that.
That's Carter who punches it out. Carter's been good on defense.
They keep finding the boot of Wash. Eventually something good will happen for the Tide offensively. She's got 2 of the 10 goals for the Tide. Tries to play it back through the middle. And here's a good run forward. Going to have to hurry Will Waterman to beat the speed. A really good close down by Griffin to make Waterman hurry on the back end. Waterman did a good job, though, not panicking, knew where she needed to be.
Yeah, she did a nice job. And that was a great ball by Lowe, and that's going to be a penalty as well. That was a lot of contact out of bounds, but Keller Lowe did a nice job of dropping one in. She takes a hair fraction of it off, Clay. That might be one that Griffin can get her feet on.
Yep, just a bit heavy on it, as you've said. There's another ball back through the middle. Now Whitaker's going to touch it, tap it out to a teammate. A good aggressive play to win it for a moment. That was a nice move by Piper Bauer to win it for just a second before she was turned away.
Well, you watch these ladies play, Clay. It makes me very, very happy that I wore shoulder pads and a helmet.
Yeah, this is a physical game. There's no doubt about that. Just absolutely fly into one another. On a cool night, can't call it cold. Last night was cold. This is a cool night here at Lee Triplet Stadium.
Yeah, and it's a little damp too. And you go back to when Kylie slipped down. It makes you wonder if that turf can get a little damp.
Yeah, it can get a little slick once it gets damp. Poor throw from the Lady Tide, going to result in possession for the Lady Blue Devils.
Alonso does a nice job of getting out of the way of it, not touching it, lets it go through her legs, and I believe going to keep possession with the Devils.
2 subs coming on here, Rick. I've got 27. That's Remy Lewis coming on. And we'll have to get the other number of the young lady that checked in as well. Going off was Piper Bauer. So we'll try to get a check on that as Wash steps in front of the throw. Has possession for just a moment, does the Tide, but back with a heavy first touch.
Yeah, you can see an adjustment there. Looks like thought Sophie Whitaker was going to go back to defense, but looks like she is going to stay maybe at that center back position.
Whitaker and Wash getting to know one another here tonight. Pretty cool as you and Nick Wash, former teammates for the Tide, on can't call it the same surface, but in the same stadium at least. 2 good athletes getting after it there. Whitaker undersized compared to Wash, but has the foot speed to match. Tide really trying to find Wash, have on that far side, but defended well. They've done a good job in their scouting report, especially once Varnado went down. You had a circle around Wash. Now you double back and put a highlighted circle around her without the threat of Varnado for the Tide offensively.
Yeah, Varnado can open so much things up for the offense. Puts a lot of pressure on Wash and company, the other offensive players.
9-minute mark. Both teams still searching for opener here. 0-0 rivalry ball game. It's been pretty well played, Rick. You've mentioned the penalties. Both teams, and you can describe this basically in any soccer match, of course, would love to possess it a bit more. Good move here defensively. What a stop by Carter.
Carter, really good footwork.
Took it away. Didn't hold it long, though. Neither team really able to complete that second and third pass, Rick. Sometimes that's what it takes to get these offenses in the rhythm, to get that angle you need to boot one. And see, there's that second pass, just unable to be completed by either squad here in this opening half. And some of that's because of the smothering defense. And that's why that second, third pass so important, of course, because the pass going to move a lot quicker than the dribble. That applies to this game. It applies to the game being played over across the street at Kelly Wise as well. A good pass just beats the heck out of good dribbling and the speed, and doesn't allow the defense, of course, to recover quite as well.
Genesis Flores going to check in, another senior on this team. She's going to give Keller Lowe a break. She'll be at that midfielder position.
Lowe with a good shift, though, for the Blue Devils. Trying to work it up that far side, and it's going to be just tapped out of the boundary. Will allow the Tide to advance it with a throw. Thigpen unable to get a boot on it on the throw. Good recovery, too. Look where Whitaker found herself all the way back defensively, now trying to make a run offensively. Have to put in an extra order for Sophie at Taco Bell tonight, Rick, and she's worked hard here in this opening half, my friend. She's gotten her steps in, then some. That was a real good effort defensively. Tried to turn it into offense. Tide were up to the challenge.
Yeah, and I think the win there for the Devils is they made the Lady Tide go negative. If you can make them pass back and do a drop, that's a win for a defense.
Here's a good tap and a nice play down the far side. Was trying to connect with Remy Lewis. Good step through and a nice ball forward. And here's Lewis trying to take care of a misplay from the Tide. That's Kennedy Varnado getting involved for the Tide. Here's Sophie Whitaker with it at midfield. Going to launch it forward. Tide, good patience shown here. Just really heady play by Kennedy Varnado. Just not rushing into anything. Nice ball played forward. Will it turn into anything? It's going to have to be some communication. A late run there and putting the pressure on the Tide. That was McMahon for the Devils, Rick, who showed good speed. Correct me if I'm wrong on who made that run, but really hurried the Lady Tide defense.
Yeah, I think that was Andy McMahon.
McMahon, excuse me.
That was on that play. Going to be a corner, the first corner opportunity for the Lady Devils tonight.
Here is the corner, low line drive, going to hit the far side from us, side of the netting. So no damage done from the Lady Tide perspective.
Had the right velocity, just not quite right the angle on that one.
Yep, a line drive, just didn't get in front of the frame there. Lady Devils, though, starting to possess it a bit more. Good step forward defensively. Alonzo again making another play. Here she's put it off the foot of Wash once again. Getting more involved in the game is Kennedy Varnado defensively, because the Lady Devils have possessed it a bit more here over this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Kennedy Varnado, very good on defense. Big sister of Kylie Varnado.
Here's a good punch forward and a lot of contact on that one. They'll say play on.
Yeah, I think that was incidental. It was a good no call.
Spoken by a former linebacker, as that was a lot of contact, but Schilder now finding it. That was Morgan Schilder. First time we've mentioned her tonight, Rick.
Yeah, Morgan does a nice job at her midfield position on defense.
Clock here in the stadium showing about 3:15. On the bug down there, it's got about 2:05 left in this half. That really won't matter. In a high school game, they'll stop the actual clock here on site, and they'll show us down on the field exactly how much extra time's added. And so we're giving you a pretty good look at the time that's left in this opening half. Closing in, either team able to steal a goal here before the break would be huge, Rick.
Yep.
Thigpen trying to play it back, but Whitaker had other ideas, did a good job getting to that, giving her team possession. And here, can they get it out wide to Whitaker to potentially start a run? Nope, they'll go far side instead of back through the middle to Sophie Whitaker. And have pushed that line back now. Lady Devils have played better offensive soccer over the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. Kettlelow up, playing more up on that offensive side with her and Riley Griffin. You'll see that a lot from the Lady Devils here to close a half out, and you'll see them press. They'll be pressing pretty hard.
Trying to throw it down the far side. Is this going to stay in? No, it will be out. So Lady Devils will keep nearing that far corner, doing a good job of continuing to possess it here. Trying to work it down the line, have found a boot. This could turn into something. If it gets played back through the middle, Wash will be there, though, defensively for the Tide. Good anticipation there for the Tide by Caitlin Wash. A good run down the near side. Just going to put a boot on it and stop that run. Alonzo again up to the task defensively. Good ball to the middle.
Nice give there from Lowe. Griffin really applying some pressure. That's going to do it. No, not double whistles.
Let's see. Yep, that will be our break. Will be our half. So I was confused like you, Rick, because he looked like he was spotting it.
Yeah.
So we had to hold the phone for a minute. But we'll take a 3-minute timeout as we're here at the half. 0-0 here in the ladies' action. Lady Devils, Lady Tide, tied at 0-0 as we head to the break. 0-0 our score here. We'll be back with your second half action after the half here, after we take this 3-minute timeout. We appreciate you joining Talking Ball, y'all, and our soccer coverage of Pearl River Central and Picayune here on Aiden Stockstill night from Lee Triplet Stadium.
It feels good to buy local. Whether you're supporting your community small businesses, family-owned restaurants, or Farm Bureau Insurance, the local agents at Farm Bureau Insurance are dedicated to always helping you protect what's important. Farm Bureau Insurance is headquartered right here in Mississippi with local agents in your community. If you're shopping for car, home, or life insurance in the Poplarville area, call Kate Amaker at 601-795-4585. Or if you're in the Picayune Carrier area, call Jeremy Shesby, Colby Hawthorne, Colin Pinton, or me, Ross Gilbo, at 601-798-2861. And go with the home team, Mississippi Farm Bureau Casualty, Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi.
Looking for a peaceful home-like community for yourself or a loved one? Welcome to Jubilee Gardens Senior Living in charming Poplarville, Mississippi, just minutes from Hattiesburg and Gulfport. Imagine cozy, garden-themed suites with wide doorways, step-free entry, safety rails, and a covered porch perfect for sipping coffee while watching birds and butterflies. Feel supported, not overwhelmed. Our all-inclusive services include daily housekeeping, fresh home-cooked meals at our Birdhouse Bistro, and a calendar full of wellness programs and social activities. Families say we chose Jubilee Gardens because it felt like home. One resident shares, "I spend my mornings on the porch drinking coffee and watching the birds. It calms me in a way I never experienced before." To experience the comfort and independence of Jubilee Gardens yourself, call 601-818-4838 or email jubileegardens.care@gmail.com. We're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's Jubilee Gardens Senior Living with dignity, safety, and joy in every detail.
Rev up your ride with Topper World Truck Accessories, your one-stop shop in Gulfport and Slidell. Come in and talk to our experts on truck caps, tonneau covers, and spray-in bed liners. Topper World has next-day delivery and is offering a $100 rebate on select fiberglass truck caps. Our trained staff can get your truck ready to pull your boat to your favorite fishing hole or your camper to a dream vacation spot. Get to Topper World in Gulfport or Slidell for all your truck accessory needs, or look us up at topperworld.net.
Hello, football fans. Devin Smith here, the broker and owner of the Smith Group Realty in Picayune, Mississippi. It's fall down south, and that can only mean one thing. It's football season. Our area schools have worked so hard to give us all something to cheer for and be excited about. I take great pride in my football roots in Pearl River County, and I am honored to serve our people. I look forward to helping residents old and new make Pearl River County their home. I would love to help you with any and all of your real estate needs. You can contact me at our local office at 769-242-0400 or on my personal cell at 601-347-2641. Or you can find me in the stands watching my favorite players under those Friday night lights.
Exotic Stone specializes in a variety of natural and manufactured stone and has proudly provided exceptional service, quality work, and low prices to the residents of Pearl River County and beyond for the past 17 years. They have two locations, 6895 Highway 11 in Carriere or 1171 Highway 90 in Bay St. Louis. Exotic Stones is ready to support all your commercial and residential projects. Give Angela Burmaster a call at 504-606-3170 or stop by one of their convenient locations to view their selection or to request a quote, and you'll be happy that you made Exotic Stones your choice. Need a building or roof? Metal Building Supply specializes in pre-engineered metal buildings and components, and they even install metal roofing. They offer an array of styles, options, and sizes. Metal Building Supply will make it custom so you can make it your own. They are located at 3521 Highway 43 North in Picayune. You can look them up on Facebook at Metal Building Supply LLC or give them a call at 769-242-2630. Let Sean Glasscock and staff build you your dream building.
It feels good to buy local. Whether you're supporting your community small businesses, family-owned restaurants, or Farm Bureau Insurance, the local agents at Farm Bureau Insurance are dedicated to always helping you protect what's important. Farm Bureau Insurance is headquartered right here in Mississippi with local agents in your community. If you're shopping for car, home, or life insurance in the Poplarville area, call Kate Amaker at 601-795-4585. Or if you're in the Picayune Carriere area, call Jeremy Shesby. Colby Hawthorne, Colin Pinton, or me, Ross Gilbo, at 601-798-2861. And go with the home team, Mississippi Farm Bureau Casualty, Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi.
Pit Lane Oil Change, located at 401 Highway 11 in Picayune, is a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the area for 15 years in the same location. They are a full-service oil change shop, servicing cars, trucks, and even servicing diesel trucks. Pit Lane is a Carfax top-rated service center. They offer new oil filter, air filter inspection, wiper blade inspection, power steering fluid top-off, check transmission fluid, coolant antifreeze top-off, and so much more. Their new hours are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and closed on Saturdays. Stop by Pit Lane Oil Change today and let them be your personal pit crew.
Rev up your ride with Topper World Truck Accessories, your one-stop shop in Gulfport and Slidell. Come in and talk to our experts on truck caps, tonneau covers, and spray-in bed liners. Topper World has next-day delivery and is offering a $100 rebate on select fiberglass truck caps. Our trained staff can get your truck ready to pull your boat to your favorite fishing hole or your camper to a dream vacation spot. Get to Topper World in Gulfport or Slidell for all your truck accessory needs, or look us up at topperworld.net.
Making decisions on when and where to further your education is a big step in life, so let Pearl River Community College be the destination for you. Pearl River offers the first 2 years of any major and over 42 career and technical programs. They have 3 locations to better serve your educational needs. The Hancock Center at 454 Highway 90 Suite D in Waveland, the Forest County Center at 5448 Highway 49 South in Hattiesburg, and the main campus located at 101 Highway 11 North in Poplarville. Pearl River Community College. Roll, River, roll.
We're back here at Lee Triplett Stadium as we've closed out the half. Both teams preparing to work their way back on to the pitch. Rick, when you look at it, 0-0 here at the half, what are 1 or 2 things from each side you potentially think could make a difference here or would break this 0-0 tie? What would it take for either team to kind of break through, or maybe a thing or two from either side that you saw in this first half that maybe if either one do a bit differently, they go on to win this match?
Well, I think for the Lady Devils, Clay, it's going to be more – they need to try to have the ball live more on their side of the field. It was on Picayune side most of the first half with just a few runs. For the Lady Tide, I think they just got to keep up that intensity they had in the first half and just hope one sneaks through. That's how soccer is. One can easily sneak through, and you got to be in position. But as this game went on, we mentioned Picayune's the team that's sitting in 5th right now. 4 go into the playoffs. It's still early in district play. Provo Central sitting in 3rd, but the Tide, they look like the more desperate team tonight here in the first half with their play.
You mentioned having a key component out for the Lady Devils. Will you kind of reset that as people are maybe just joining us? Of course, there was an injury to a Lady Tide and Kylie Varnado, who potentially changes this second half, but kind of reset the action and potentially a big piece missing for the Lady Devils coming into this one, kind of reshuffled the deck lineup-wise for the Lady Devils.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think we're seeing it already. I think they're going back to more of their base setup. We're going to see Sophie Whitaker back on her right defender position. So I think that tells you what the Lady Devils are looking to do here with their adjustments. So we'll see, number one, that's going to be Nicole Carter go back to the offensive side. Keller Lowe, Riley Griffin, they'll be relying on them to get the points tonight.
Who was it out, Rick? Who was that missing component in the Lady Devils starting 11 that we talked about in the open?
Yes, we were without I just blanked for a second when you asked me.
Was it Vaughn that we were
yeah,
out? Yeah,
we were without Vaughn, Alexa Vaughn,
Yeah.
Our buddy, Sophie's close buddy, at the house a lot. Alexa dealing with some lower body injuries and just more of a safety thing for her, but had to make the adjustments there.
And Kylie Varnado, the Tide has 2 goals, 4 assists, 4 shots on goals of the Tide, 10 goals on the year. She went down with a leg injury there in the opening half, about halfway through the first half, if my memory's correct. And so we're just getting underway here in our second half, no score.
And Lady Devils showing some intensity here. They've already taken 1 goal shot, and now there's going to be some contact drawn there, and that's going to go the way of the Lady Devils.
And we'll have a set piece about 18 yards out. Trying to get a number on who's getting ready to take this set. Maybe you'll know, Rick, from seeing them so often.
That's going to be Keller Lowe who's going to take that set kick.
Over on the far side, she's got a boot into it as well. Done. Waterman never panicked, though, able to grab it. The keeper for the Tide, now with 49 saves on the season. Wash tries to handle it midfield for the Tide, unable to do so. A scramble for it on the far side. Changing lineup looks to be fitting for the Lady Devils. Look a bit more comfortable here in this opening 3 minutes, and look at the press forward. We're going to have a shot at it, will the Lady Devils, but Waterman able to grab it. But this is more offense in the opening 3 minutes than we saw potentially in the whole first half from the Lady Devils' perspective.
Yeah, they were pressing, and that was Remy Lewis that took a shot there. Well-placed pass and able to get her foot on it.
And just like any game, adjustments been made from the Lady Devil side. Can the Tide match that adjustment? That's what we'll find out over the next 37 minutes. Here, this is going to be launched back to Waterman. Waterman snags it. She's gotten involved. We've called her name more here in these opening 3 minutes and some change than we talked about Waterman in the whole opening half.
She was probably the coldest Lady Tide member on the team. Didn't move a whole lot, but now she's warming up.
Yes, she is. And this is a good ball played back through the middle. Punch back now. And looking to do work is Lowe. Lowe has now worked it back to Griffin. Griffin gets it far side. That was Whitaker coming up to get involved offensively. Now Whitaker trying to retrieve it on the far side. Going to communicate with a teammate, lay it off, and allow Alonzo to get involved. Wash almost took advantage of that, though, trying to close on Alonzo. It looked like Alonzo had called off Whitaker from coming to get it, thinking she had more time than what she did against the speed of Wash. Wash, awesome straight-ahead speeds, won it for the Tide. A good pass here for the Tide, going to set up the action. A long shot taken, will be covered up and kept. Good job by the keeper going and getting that one.
It's going to be about a 40-yard punt there.
Bennett's unreal with these goal kicks. You said she would be this morning when we kind of talked about this match, and she certainly has proven to be.
And boy, a missed opportunity there. Just missed a really good pass. Had somebody open and just missed it. Had Nicole Carter that was running towards the left, and he didn't see her.
I'm pelting your kid with candy up here in the booth. Here's a good ball, but going to be an offside call.
I got my little guy up here with me tonight, Mr. Rex. He's a soccer player himself. He's already been on booth cam once tonight, too, asking for candy.
I like it. Jackson Harrelson down working the live action. If you're watching us on the booth cam, slide over. It should be in the comments where you can find the actual action, or search Talking Ball Y'all on YouTube. That's where you can see it. See the play out on the pitch instead of looking at us in this booth.
Bennett going to bring this one out pretty far to the 30.
Good job with the head there. And Wash has gotten it back to, I believe that's Williams on the far side. This is a good chance for the Tide. Stepping in and closing down on it. The nearest defender to
That's going to be Porter.
That was a
Porter's
good
had
job.
herself a nice night.
Mackenzie Porter stepping in right when she needed to, because that had trouble written all over it. Tide trying to set something up. Tried to play it out wide, but that was Porter again. Two good back-to-back defensive efforts by Mackenzie Porter. Tide trying to handle it. You can feel everybody playing with a bit more urgency here with 33 minutes remaining in this match.
Lady Devils now going to drop and mark up here for this throw-in.
Taking the throw for the Tide, that's Cadence Wagner.
I tell you, Clay, one of the things that's just got my craw a little bit here as I've been following soccer more. It drives me crazy that these student athletes have to go and retrieve these balls that are out of bounds. Should have somebody to do that for them.
That's what Rex, instead of up here retrieving these high chews,
Right.
you can put him to work.
Put him down there getting those balls, right?
That's right.
He'd stay warm.
Tide matriculating it down closer and closer here on the throws. Actually in a pretty good spot off of this throw. Now it's down into the corner. That's a dangerous spot. It's laying still in play. Still in play. If you can pop it loose if you're Wash, she has. She's gotten it to Thickpen. Thickpen plays it back through the middle, looking at clear and finally have. That was Whitaker. Whitaker banged up on the play. That was a desperate attempt by Sophie Whitaker to really deny the Tide. That ball was in a dangerous territory. Whitaker bravely steps through and makes a nice play here as it's laying in a bad spot. And watch Whitaker close it out and punch it away. Sets up a corner. It was hit well, but nobody home. Tide will retrieve the long corner. And a nice move. Trying to set something up offensively for the Tide. Tide going from left to right. They're maroon and gray kits. Oh, good ball through the middle. Whitaker going to get just enough of it on her boot to escort about out deeper and allow her teammates to get back involved, but it's been a scary couple minutes here defensively for the Lady Devils.
Yeah, you just can't let someone be that open and cross it. And that was a great cross from the Lady Tide.
Be a whistle, go against the Tide. So Lady Devils going to get a chance to regroup here. 31 minutes to go here in the second half. 0-0.
They're going to let Katie Moray's going to kick this one.
It's a good move regardless of who finally does it, to kind of give your squad an extra moment or two after you've been scrambling defensively like the Lady Devils were at the point. Waterman going to come out and get it. Waterman's got a pretty good clock in her head. Hadn't gotten sped up too much tonight from that keeper spot. There's the Tide defensively trying to turn it into a counter attack. Just enough of the boot by Ore to get it away. Trying to send a ball through, but off of the body of Porter. Now it's in the middle to Wash. Wash going to kick it to the far side, trying to get it back. Valapando trying to make a play with Wash. Now Thickpen has it go by her. Good speed shown by Whitaker once again. Traveled about 20 yards there to run that one down. But Thigpen's gotten it out wide, and here's a shot from deep.
Boy, that was a well-hit ball. Just a little bit off with the aim there, but hit it nice.
Yeah, that was Bailey Williams showing off her power. Not sure if she was just trying to find somebody with a cross there, Rick, or if that was just a good old-fashioned go of it.
Yeah, I think she was going for it. Scarlett Crum now going to check in for the Tide.
She'll take off Thigpen. Good catch by you. You can see the men for the Tide warming up in the backside of that shot beyond the net. Typical warm-up spot for the men's club. Awaiting action.
Nice header there by Bailey Williams.
It was. Williams a really good player for the Lady Tide. But here's a good ball down the far side. A good run made and gets it back through the middle. Defensive late, and there's a whistle.
That's an easy one, and did a nice job of crossing it. Tried to hit low with it. Low just not able to get her foot on it, and maybe if Griffin passes that one just a little bit earlier, Clay, might be a different result there, but good ball handling there. Griffin, good to see her get loose on one.
Yeah, that was good defense, too, not to allow that earlier look like you're describing, where it kind of stayed right there on the hip, didn't allow that ball to come out any earlier. If it did, it would have been trouble for the Lady Tide. Lewis, a physical player for the Devils. She doesn't miss a chance to get a shoulder into someone. Speaking of that, return the favorite at Bailey Williams. She's tapped it ahead to Beck. Beck plays it through the middle. Could be a moment. Really good communication between Whitaker and the keeper, Bennett. That was great play by both.
You'll like that, Clay. That's the old box out,
Yes,
old basketball box out.
Kept her right on the backside and allowed Bennett to come up and do what she needed to do from the keeper spot. Textbook defense from Whitaker.
And that was a pretty good slide kick there by, I believe that was Griffin, but they're going to call her for that. Maybe got a little bit too much of the leg. I thought it was a pretty clean play. We'll have to check the replay booth here to see.
There's a ball launched down towards the middle. Porter going to have to get back involved defensively for the Tide. For the Devils, and didn't do it soon enough. That was good speed shown by Crum.
Yeah, and I think Porter thought that ball was going to dribble. It seemed to kind of die once it got around the goal line, and it was in no man's land.
And Crum knew right where it was going to be, this being her home surface, and she got there quickly, made a nice play on it, and it will be, I thought it was going to be a corner, but it's actually going to be a deep throw from near the corner. Tied with life here in the final third defensively for the Lady Devils, and sensing that, Villapando going to put one just wide.
Villapando's been active tonight on offense.
She has. 26 minutes remain in this one. If it stays this count, we'll go 10 minutes. If it stays this count, after that 10, we'll play an additional 10, and then we'll go into PKs. The Golden Gold won the national championship on the men's side last night. That was Washington, the Huskies winning it over the Wolfpack, North Carolina State. We had a kid from Pearl River County on that North Carolina roster,
Oh,
that
wow.
North Carolina State roster, a goalkeeper.
Yeah, very close
Maddox
game
Francis
to the
from
end.
Popperville. Just really cool to know that he was on that roster, a local kid, to be on that roster and that stage. Really, really neat.
And Foxworth now going to check in, get her first minutes of the night for Whitaker, and she's going to get checked out on the sideline. I think just a little banged up from the earlier play.
Here's a ball going to find its way eventually out, trying to find Bailey Williams. Kylie Barnardo left this one in the first half, Rick. And that one, I think, has affected the Tide offensively. Pearl River Central came in without one of their stalwarts on offense, and so things kind of evened out when it looks at it, not a fun way, but that's the reality of the way this thing's played out. And then you've got a 0-0. Can either team kind of break through? That's what we'll find out over these final 24 minutes. Here's a ball to Wash. Wash has it taken away momentarily, but retrieved, and Villapando once again going to have it go off of her right foot beyond the keeper, but not into the net, away, not on frame. She's liked some of her looks tonight. That may be where the opener comes from either squad. She keeps finding herself in space, both her and Beck.
Yep, she's gotten a lot of good looks tonight, and looks like the Lady Devils waiting to try to get a sub in. They're going to try to get Nicole Carter back on the field.
Lady Devils just trying to maintain possession. Launched on that far side by Griffin. Going to be beyond the boundary on the far side. Lady Tide going to have a throw out around midfield. Beck tied up defensively, able to punch it through, though, and keep it alive for the Lady Tide. Found Crum with it for a moment. Look at Beck work on that far side. Jalen Beck.
Bodies are flying now here in the second half. They are really getting after it, these two squads.
You knew it would be a physical affair when you read who was getting after it tonight. PRC and Picayune. And it's been that. High stakes anytime these two teams meet. But when you look at the district standings, Rick, kind of ups the ante, right?
Yeah.
Pivotal matchup for each club coming in.
Yeah, it is. It's pivotal. You've had 3 district matches already. I believe they'll have one more. Lady Devils going to have to play Gaucher still. They'll have them, I believe, Friday night. And Lady Todd's still going to play Long Beach, and then we'll go back through the cycle again.
Yep, they'll get that one more before the break, for school breaks, Christmas breaks. Both teams certainly going to be working during the break. That's something. This sport overlaps some of your natural breaks in school, both Thanksgiving and Christmas.
That was
dedicated athletes.
A nice possession there by the Devils. Put the pressure on the goalie, and she was forced to kick it away, but gave good field position there to the Lady Devils, and they're going to get it right back.
Yep, kind of squandered it before you could even describe it, Rick. They squandered that opportunity. Williams now going to punch it back. This could be risky. Ty trying to play it through the bag, but you got to be able to complete a pass or two or it becomes dicey. Just the athleticism of Villapando able to save it. Now Beck with a chance through the middle. She's able to operate in a bit more space than she's used to. Now she's making a run on the far side. A late pass by Williams. But here's a ball to Wash as Williams is really creative with it as Bailey Williams almost found Wash. It's still alive as Williams trying to retrieve it. Wagner had a chance at it, unable to come up with it.
And that was a nice hustle by Morgan Schilder. She had to take a couple attempts at it to get it away out of the danger zone that it was in, but does a nice job, and possession is going to stay with the Lady Devils here.
Wagner getting involved for the Lady Tide as well. Here's Lewis with a chance on the left side, near side to Rick and I for the Blue Devils. This is Beck trying to work down the sideline, but it's been a tough customer over nearest to us on the defensive side. That's Porter once again. And a throw trying to sell it over the head on the bounce, and it almost worked trying to find Williams.
Lady Devils looking to make, getting ready to make some subs here. I think they're waiting just for the opportunity to do it.
20 minutes remain, so we're halfway through the second half, and we're exactly where we started, scoreboard-wise, 0-0. Good play defensively. Now trying to work it out to the near sideline before playing it down the line. That was a nice attempt trying to find Lewis. A really good idea.
Yeah, that's Genesis Flores there, and does exactly what your coach would do. She covered up that green space that was in front of her and made a nice pass down the line.
She really did, and Lewis kind of like a fullback, Rick. She was looking for somebody to hit instead of maybe finding a ball there. She's been physical throughout the game, but there didn't find the ball, was looking for a body to get into. That was a nice played ball by Flores, but you do really like the energy that Lewis brings to the table for the Lady Devils. Be out near side. I think Blue Devils going to have possession. We'll see.
They will sub in now, so looks like that's going to be low. So Sophie Whitaker going to come in at that midfielder position on offense, give Lowe a break.
Whitaker back in, maybe a bit banged up. She put a boot out to really save the day earlier and kind of paid the price for doing so. Here she's going to run up and kind of pressure the keeper for the Tide Watermen. Either team just trying to make a mistake, pay off, trying to pressure the other squad into a miscue. It's probably what it's going to come down to. Both of these teams look to be pretty defensive-minded tonight. It's probably going to take a miscue. This is a good ball by Whitaker. Really set up her teammate nicely. Whitaker's moved back up towards the front. She played it well, got it to Griffin. Griffin had a chance. Was unable to do something with it at the end, but looks like Whitaker's back to where she started tonight, over on that right wing.
Griffin a little too aggressive there. That's going to draw the penalty on her. I like the hard play, though.
That's that old frustration foul. You'll see it in basketball after kind of a missed shot. When you're aggravated maybe with yourself, you'll get into a opponent and get that whistle. Who will open the scoring here tonight? 0-0, 17 minutes to go in regulation. A good dribble through the middle. Finally, defense for the Blue Devils stand up and get the stop. And here's a good step through on the run from Beck. Flores once again. Oh, Flores kept it in. That may be a mistake as Beck unable to take advantage of it. Flores probably with a good idea at the time, Rick, but you pop up and look as you're sailing kind of out of the boundary there and you're in a bit of a bind defensively, but the speed of the Lady Devils able to make up for it.
Yeah, a lot of contact there, too, on the sideline. Might could have been called, but no call given.
Speaking of contact, yours just took a mighty hip check. She continues with it, though, and had a good idea. That's not a bad ball, just unable to find a connecting piece on the other end of it, but I like Whitaker's idea there.
That's one of those get-to-know-you hip checks. See that a lot in soccer.
Yeah, that was a pretty healthy shove there that she played through, and this is a good ball a moment ago from Whitaker, kind of trying to play that middle channel there, just nobody there. 15 minutes and some change remain here in this second portion of the action. Lady Tide, Lady Blue Devils. Here's a shot on goal. Good job by the keeper once again. That's Bennett coming up and grabbing it. We'll get to see her punt it away.
Bennett coming off probably her best game of the season last week. I mean, just a ton of saves.
She's played well here tonight. Here's Sophie Whitaker with it, and a good ball back through the middle. Will it result in something? Oh! As Lewis gets there, but she's unable to put a boot on it to nudge it for a streaking teammate. That was close to being dangerous.
Yeah,
and you had Griffin there. That was a really good ball played through by
ball.
Whitaker.
Yeah, and as you said, man, one opportunity, that was maybe the first ball that's gotten through
Oh, there was another potential assist by Whitaker. Put it on the boot of Flores. Is that Flores? Who
That's Flores.
tried to hammer it from distance. I don't mind that at all. That was a good look from Whitaker to Flores. Back-to-back good passes by Sophie Whitaker to try to free a teammate. Here she's fighting for possession. She's running into a tough customer in Kennedy Varnado. It's a real scrum forward on the far side. Whitaker with it momentarily, but Varnado with a good defensive effort going to win it.
Yeah, Varnado's hard to get around back on that defensive side.
She played it perfectly, had Whitaker a bit boxed out there. Let Whitaker touch it and let that be the final touch. One Tide possession. Here's another ball played out wide. That's the right idea for the Blue Devils to try to extend it out wide. Was unable to find someone on the end of it. "13 minutes and some change remaining. Nobody has broken through on the scoreboard yet. Far side run. Can you get it back through to the middle? That's where Wash is looming. And here's Wash, going to have a chance at it. But good recovery defensively by the Lady Devils. Here punch forward, but too much, too heavy on the touch. Didn't allow Williams to retrieve it in the corner.
Yeah, Morey, nice job punching it out there. And, you know, the last time we called this one, partner, well, PK's had to decide it. Still a lot of time left, though.
Yeah. We've got the 2 10-minute additional before we get to that point. There's been very few like real chances where the keeper's heart rate has had to increase. Good crowd on hand tonight for the ladies' action, as it should be. This is good soccer to look at. 0-0 our score, 12 minutes and some change remaining. You've got Thigpen getting set to check in. We'll see who she's taking off. That's going to be Crum who's coming off. And if you'll remember Thigpen had some good ideas in the first half offensively, Rick. She can really play it out from left to right with some good touch.
Yeah, she did.
Something
Really
to
good.
keep an eye on for the Lady Tide. And here's Whitaker again. She's been a pest to the Tide here in this second half with some of her passing. Say that in a loving manner. Sitting too close to me for me to say it in any other manner.
Oh, that's all right. We're going to have fun with you in the next one.
Yes, that was a good job defensively for the Lady Tide, but it will result for the Lady Devils getting another shot at it here. Whitaker trying to make a turn with it, unable to do so. Played forward to Wash. Wash tries to make a through ball, but that was a good job right there by the Lady Devils. Devils trying to counter it. Or boot it. Hangs in the middle for a bit. That could have been dangerous, but the Lady Tide now have it, but off the hip of Williams.
Yeah, Lady Tide has to attack that. You can't let those balls just lay like that.
Who can do something to mark on the scoreboard here as we near the final 10 minutes in regulation. Trying to play it down the near side, unable to do so, and then giving away. It was a good takeaway, and it worked hard to do it, but Keller Lowe has an errant pass. Now Wash back and ball for the Tide. Going to play it back. That's dangerous with Flores there. Flores unable to do something with it, but she will tap it off the boot of Wagner and get out of the boundary, past the touch line. Tide. And we've seen this several times, Rick, and I'm not sure if it's fatigue, but you get the turnover, and then on the throw, whether it be either club, just quickly give it back.
Yeah, and it's self-inflicted, typically just a bad play. And that's a ball that went through.
Yes, it is, and an opportunity for the Devils as Lowe has driven it into the corner, but just too much. But had a chance, had a good ball get too low. It was Keller Lowe just unable to launch it from that corner.
Barno going to put her foot into this one.
And a line drive through the middle. That's dangerous. And handball. Yep. Handball by Griffin. Just got it out away from her body and finds the ball.
Got to
and
keep
that was going to be
playing hard,
a tough
yeah.
shot there, Rick, because if she does it, she's got Whitaker right off her right flank and room to do business, but did catch enough of the hand.
Yeah, you got to keep your head on, and game's late, but boy, one play can change it. Got to continue to play hard and play smart.
Here's Beck and Flores battling for it. Flores.
They've got to know each other pretty well tonight.
Yes, they have. Schilder plays it out wide to Flores. Flores wins it against two Tidesmen there initially.
No Christmas cards going out to, for the holiday season, but fun either way.
That's exactly right. Lowe plays it to Griffin. Griffin has Raspberry come over and help against her. Raspberry going to win possession for the Tide on a throw. A back flick, and now Whitaker going to have a chance to get the ball back through the middle. Doesn't have anybody to dish it to, just trying to move forward. As it taken away. A bit outnumbered there. Lady Tide about 4-1 against Whitaker in that spot on the pitch. Crazy English on this one. It'll skip away before being retrieved by Wagner. Wagner tries to play it down the near line. Just too much on it for Thickpen to be able to retrieve.
Yeah, it's going to result in the throw in by Porter.
Porter with a good throw, skips all the way about 20 yards deep, and that's where the Lady Devils unable to secure it. And this is punch forward. This could get interesting. Good speed shown for the Lady Tide, but a nice recovery, and just going to live to tell about it, survive it, as Alonzo just going to boot it out of bounds.
Boy, Barnado hit a offensive player's dream kick from her deep and from her defender position, puts it right in position, but no one there.
Let's see if this results in a corner or a throw. It was near the corner. We'll wait and see where they're going to line this one up. Looks to be a throw.
And you mentioned fatigue, Clay. You know, balls that weren't getting through on both of the defensive sides are starting to slip through with a lot more frequency now in the second half.
It is a throw. Thickpen hits it, comes off the foot funny. I'm going to go past the touch line. Going to be Lady Devil possession. Be a goal kick for the Lady Devils. We've already talked about it 4 or 5 times tonight, the way that Bennett can change things from her spot. Here, though, misplayed by the Lady Devils and find themselves with it right back in the middle, as this is going to be retrieved by Bennett. And there's that long kick, Rick. Oh, there's a tangled up. Whitaker going to come out with it. Can Whitaker find someone with it? Outnumbered again on the right flank. Nowhere to really go with it. Have it taken away. Here now, though, with the Lady Devils with 3 numbers forward. But Ty going to survive it with good dribbling by Beck. Just as I said, that may be one too many touches from Beck. But nope, they're going to say Tide ball. Got past the boundary, but they will say Tide ball.
I think Beck even thought that one was out on the Lady Tide.
She did indeed. Little over 5 minutes left here in regulation. 0-0 our score. Villapando with the ball on the far side tries to play it back. It's a good choice, as you can find Barnado to kind of reset it. And he's punched a good ball down in the direction of Thickpen. Thickpen and the Tie going to have it. Gotten themselves in a decent spot, have the Lady Tide. Going to be able to push forward on the throw. Thickpen plays it off her body and back through the middle. Can Wash get there? Nope. It will be Bennett, the keeper, knowing that she had to hurry and did, coming out and getting it.
Yeah, Thickman got a good look at it, just didn't hit it right. She could tell when she kicked it that she didn't do that. Good defense there by Porter.
Porter's been fun to watch tonight. Far side. Oh, great effort. Really good effort.
She's been fun to watch this season, just to watch her grow. Really just improved every game.
Here going to be played back to Porter. Porter punches it ahead, just looking for somebody to run into it. Varnado, the anchor, defensively back where she needed to be. Too much of a touch. This may turn into something for the Lady Devils. You'll have a throw from deep. And the Tide defensive third will be Porter asked to give a throw. Have a substitution. That's Flores coming off. Who do we have coming on, Rick?
I believe that's going to be Savannah Neal coming on in relief.
Neal. Good call by you, as that is indeed Neal coming on. Porter plays it back on a throw. I don't think her teammate expected that throw, and it may result in a counter here by the Tide. There's a whistle. Played it back to a teammate in Griffin. Griffin, I don't think, was aware that she was going to get this ball, and as she did, it kind of just skipped by her. I think she was expecting Porter to launch it.
And we're going to have a
attacking
card.
Position.
We got a yellow card, my friend.
Card going to come out. That's going to come out against Griffin.
And I think that was a retaliation move there by Griffin. Thigpen checked her pretty hard, and she didn't have the ball, and she took it out on the first Lady Tide player that she could find. We have to sit now.
And this will be Varnado, Kennedy Varnado, with 21 steals on the year coming in. It's been an anchor defensively. He's been right where she needed to be all night long. She'll have a chance to do something offensively here. Set her teams up with a long set piece, and she's hit it beautifully. Finds space and just unable to retrieve it, but it was so well hit that Porter just had to knock it out to survive it, and in doing so, that's the benefit of having that big foot by Kennedy Varnado, Rick. Now you look at how the throw has changed. Now you get into the defensive third of the Lady Devils, and you're able to set something up. And Beck has found Wash. Wash going to play it back to Thigpen. Thigpen tries to get it to the far corner. Misplayed a bit, but Thigpen's gotten it back for the Lady Tide. Here's Beck going to send it through the middle. Deflected, but Wash has it almost on the end of her boot. That was somebody doing a good job defensively, getting back involved by the Lady Devils. That's
Bauer.
Yeah, Bauer doing a good job. Piper Bauer getting involved. But it's still alive in the middle. That's a dangerous portion of the pitch for it to be laying on the turf. Beck's got it. Now Beck gets it to Williams. Williams tries to make a play, but it's punched loose. That was Neal. And Tide, Rick, in these final closing minutes, really pressing it forward. Great play defensively by Alonzo again.
Low with that funny kick. She's done that a couple of times.
Yep, and tried to spring Lewis on this near side. Put the Tide up to the task momentarily, but it will find its way out.
Yeah, and a mistake. We've seen that a few times on this side of the field. Goes out of bounds, had an opportunity to move it. Lady Devils have to do something with it now.
Yeah, we're into extra time here in this final portion of regulation. So it'll be whatever's added additionally as the clock here in Lee Triplet Stadium has stopped. So we'll see how much is tacked on. I wouldn't think much here in the second half. Haven't been a whole lot of stoppages. Ball going to be touched too heavy on the far side. Going to be a Lady Tide throw in the waning minutes here of the second half, final moments of regulation. See what it turns into.
One thing Coach Ross is going to be telling his players, a situation just like this a week ago, clock had stopped and Long Beach put one in with just no time to play, maybe a few seconds to play, and won the game. So Lady Devils going to have to stay playing hard, and Tide is going to do everything they can to take shots at the goal.
You talk about a heartbreaking way to lose it, too.
That's the double whistles, I believe.
Let's see. Nope, they're going to say an infraction on the pitch. Continue to play. Play down the far side. And now back through the middle. Beck trying to get a boot on it. Unable to do so. Just tapped to the left by Neal.
And Lady Tide really in that prevent look. They've got a lot of defenders down there. It's going to be hard to get anything past them. Have to be very strategic with your passes.
Now here is that Tide trying to turn it into a counter. Had so many numbers back as Williams escaped one defender. And now there is the end of regulation as we'll head into a separate 10-minute portion here, and it'll be sudden death. We'll take a break. We'll take a break here, and then we'll return with extra soccer here on the ladies' side. 0-0 our score as we head into an extra portion here as the captains for both squads out. We'll take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll be back with your extra 10 minutes here.
If you're looking for a place for that much-needed pregame meal, a place to just take in the game, or a place to have your post-game celebration, visit Champion Sports Bistro. They are a family-oriented sports bistro located at 113 West Canal Street in downtown Picayune. With food and drink specials throughout the week, Champions is a great place to enjoy lunch or dinner. They are open Monday through Thursday, 11 to 10, and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 1. Champion Sports Bistro is Picayune's bistro for champions.
Rev up your ride with Topper World Truck Accessories, your one-stop shop in Gulfport and Slidell. Come in and talk to our experts on truck caps, tonneau covers, and spray-in bed liners. Topper World has next-day delivery and is offering a $100 rebate on select fiberglass truck caps. Our trained staff can get your truck ready to pull your boat to your favorite fishing hole or your camper to a dream vacation spot. Get to Topper World in Gulfport or Slidell for all your truck accessory needs, or look us up at topperworld.net.
It feels good to buy local. Whether you're supporting your community small businesses, family-owned restaurants, or Farm Bureau Insurance, the local agents at Farm Bureau Insurance are dedicated to always helping you protect what's important. Farm Bureau Insurance is headquartered right here in Mississippi with local agents in your community. If you're shopping for car, home, or life insurance in the Poppleville area, call Kate Amaker at 601-795-4585. Or if you're in the Picayune Carrier area, call Jeremy Shesby, Colby Hawthorne, Colin Pinton, or me, Ross Gilbo, at 601-798-2861. And go with the home team, Mississippi Farm Bureau Casualty, Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi.
Diamond Productions is a premier live production company specializing in audio, lighting, video, content development, and production management. With an uncompromising attention to detail and a standard of excellence that exceeds expectations, we deliver seamless events that engage, inspire, and impress. At Diamond Productions, the bar isn't set for us, it's set by us.
Back here after regulation did not have an opener, Rick. Neither team able to break through. They'll be looking for the game ender here in this 10 minutes that's been added to. If neither score in this 10 minutes, there'll be an additional 10 minutes, and then we'll get to PKs. The Tide lost in PKs in their last home match, and that was a heartbreaker. The last time out for the Tide. So they're going to try to guard against, of course, having that happen to them tonight. You're more familiar. I can see the results, but you talked about a heartbreaker for the Lady Devils in recent action as well. So both teams trying to guard against that happening to either one here in this final 10. Excuse me, should be Final 10, but we shall find out. It may not be the Final 10. Shouldn't have phrased it that way.
Yeah, if we don't do anything here, I believe we go into penalty kicks, right?
We'll have another
another
10-minute
10,
action
right.
and then the PKs. Yep.
So two overtimes and then PKs. Yeah, both teams had some heartbreakers, and of course this game last year here on this field that we called resulted in penalty kicks. Lady Devils able to take that one, so I'm sure the Lady Tide remembers that.
Yep, that's a good point made by you. Is when we talked about last year's match, we reminisced about that, and here we're potentially set up to see a similar type finish. Neither team just able to create the right opportunity yet. As this gets all the way back to the keeper and Waterman. Waterman now trying to set her teammates up to play from the back, but Lady Devils take away here on the near side.
Yeah, Lady Tide goes negative on that play, and that was almost dangerous, but ended up making it work out for them.
Here's Kennedy once again. Sophie Whitaker approaches her, makes Kennedy hurry it a bit and almost forced an errant ball. Here, Whitaker and Kennedy again. Whitaker's made something happen off the right side for the Devils off the side of the net. What a go of it by Whitaker, as Sophie Whitaker really got herself loose down on that right side and almost turned it into a brilliant match ender. As you could see her speed, about a 5-yard burst on that pass, and then
Took the shot, was close there, just barely missed that inside of that pole. Did miss Whitaker.
yeah, that was a brilliant move. She punched it ahead to herself, allowed her speed to break away from the defender, and then got it off the boot in a real good way. Just caught the side of the net. So Lady Tide survived one there. That was maybe the scariest moment for either team so far in this match. As you see Wash trying to mix it up and come away with it for the Lady Tide. Unable to do so, as this is Lewis trying to make a run down the near side. Really good job defensively by Wagner for the Tide. Plays an out wide, but a heavy touch. But you can see the fatigue there, as neither team able to get to a loose ball in the middle of the pitch. Kind of no legs probably left from either side in a rivalry matchup to go as hard as they have for as long as they have.
Yeah, none of these ladies are going to have trouble sleeping tonight.
Nope, there was Whitaker getting back in the mix with Kennedy. He's capable of, so that's a good idea. Just doesn't get in a hurry on that back side for the Tide. Will result in a throw for the Lady Devils, but closing down on it. This is Beck again. Beck trying to punch it through, trying to find a teammate down the far side. Has momentarily. Pondo, who's been a little bit quieter here recently, had a tremendous first half. Tide haven't been able to find her as often here in the second half.
She got the best of Nicole Carter, and thankfully Carter had some help from some reinforcements came in.
Here's Beck again, trying to win through the midfield. Unable to do so. Great effort shown by Griffin for the Lady Devils. 0-0. 5 minutes left here in our first portion of overtime, as that one's going to slip out of the hands. Going to be an old-fashioned redo here on the throw. Pings around, finally going to come off the side judge. That's going to result in the Tide gaining about 20 yards on the throw. And so going to have a deeper throw. Going to be able to find Wash with it. This is real good defense displayed. That was Low, mixing it up with Wash. Beck touches it back through the middle. Dangerous territory as Williams is lurking. Williams trying to catch it in the near corner, unable to do so. That was a good job defensively by the Lady Devils.
Yeah, Morey able to get that to ricochet off of a Tide defender and worked out good, but throwing in deep. I think they're going to talk about it. See what's going on.
That should be Porter with the throw for Lady Devils.
Griffin's got some space.
Yep, good run ahead by Griffin after she controlled it with her body. Trying to play it down the near line. That was Raspberry. Going to have to play it all the way back to Waterman. Waterman launches it in the middle. Now the Lady Devils have numbers forward, Rick, but unable to make that pass up to the front line. Tide were in a good spot to not allow that to happen. Physical contest continues. Folks all over the turf here. Here's the ball going to be played wide. This has trouble written all over it except for Porter's speed by the Devils. Porter's been good tonight for the Lady Devils. Here's Barnado going to play it back to the keeper, Waterman. Waterman tries to go down the middle with it, but finds a Lady Devil instead. That's Griffin. Griffin now with Porter coming up, puts a boot in it, but just too heavy a touch down in the corner. About 2:50 left here in this first of potentially 10 minutes added on.
When the Lady Devils had a chance down there, one ricocheted back, and Remy just couldn't get her body on it, went through, would have gave them a second chance.
Goal kick once again played through the middle. A bit dangerous. Piper Bauer in pursuit. The Tide able to come up with it, but not for long. Lady Devils and the Tide trading possession back and forth. Filipanda trying to make something happen in the middle. Filipanda now with a ball forward off the Lady Devil defender. That's Morey, who made a nice play to potentially set this up for the Lady Devils. Shot denied. Scramble for it. Good job coming back defensively by Wash to help. The Tide going to win possession as it was Wash against Lowe there around midfield. Wash is able to win that for our team.
Yeah, we're at that 2-minute mark. Not much stoppage here. This might be the last possession of this first overtime here.
Ball loose at midfield. Oh, and the Lady Devils have it. Maybe with something cooking here. Going to play it out wide. Trying to make a run on that far side. Taking on two defenders and a late defender flashing. That was Kennedy Varnado coming up and getting it for the Lady Tide.
Yeah, Whitaker trying to dribble it there. Just
Here's
hit it a little bit too
ball.
fast.
Going to make it all the way through, and great speed by Porter. Erases it. Wow, what a job by Porter. Had the ball through, Rick. Did the Lady Tide, but Porter able to erase that advantage that Scarlett Crumb potentially had.
Yeah, and able to knock it out of bounds off of Crumb. It's a heady play all around.
What a play by Porter. Tide have it, though, back in the defensive third of the Devils, able to get a shot that's deflected away by a defender before it makes it to the keeper.
And that should be possession. That's going to be the double whistles.
So that will do it for our first 10-minute portion. We'll head to our second 10-minute portion. See if they get a break in between, Rick, before we take one. They quickly just flip sides, so I don't believe we will be able to get our break in. I think we'll just go straight into the second portion of these 10 minutes, and that's right, as they just flip sides, so they'll go right after. And so, Rick, you're better at math than I am, but we had the full 80 played. We've had 10, I guess you to 90. And so you've got to have tired young people out here in front of us at this point.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
And really, there's been a few subs, but not a whole lot. Hasn't been a heavy rotation from either side. And so the Blue Devils, you can correct me if I'm wrong, have probably used their substitutions or more prominently than the Tide have. So maybe a bit fresher legs on that side, but you've got to remember Lady Tide without Kylie Varnado as well. So going to be tired legs as here's a shot going to have to be saved by the keeper and Bennett.
Yeah, and she'll get it. No, I think that's a good call by you, and I really think just the second half of this game, the Lady Devils kind of took the aggression to the Tide. The Tide done that in the first half, and it's been pretty even here in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, up here on Aiden Stockstill night at Lee Triplet Stadium, no score as we're in our second overtime, second 10-minute portion.
Good
and
ball
a
by
loose
Lowe.
ball handled here for the Lady Devils, making a good run for it in the near corner. Just going to be tapped away as that was Whitaker trying to get loose on this near corner to us, Rick. She's probably had the best look of it. I guess that was right before regulation closed. She really.
Yeah, not an offensive player, just really trying to learn that position, mainly defense. But it looks like her confidence level is growing right in front of our eyes here, and that's good for the Lady Devils.
Trying to play it back here potentially, and now going to shift and throw it into the more attacking portion of the pitch for the Lady Devils. A good header back towards the middle. Trying to handle it and will is Griffin. Griffin with a banger of an opportunity. Sails high, but what a shot there by Griffin. Did not hesitate. Tried to go in this one for the Lady Devils. Just sailed above the bar. Above the pipe there. But not a bad idea.
Oh.
Good takeaway. That's Porter. Porter with yet another steal here for the Blue Devils. Didn't possess it long, though, before Walsh is able to get back involved. Walsh now plays it out wide. Can the Lady Tide turn it into something? Contact on the near side, and Villapon going to retain possession. Took the contact from
lucky to not get a call there.
Alonzo and able to keep possession as you'll have Thigpen check in for Crum. It's been the main rotation tonight for the Lady Tide. Those two kind of interchanging. Tide trying to turn it into something, going to be able to push numbers forward here with the throw. Off the body of Beck. Beck with a nice move has freed herself. Trying to come in and launch it, but unable to do so. That was Williams trying to square one up, but unable to do so. Now the Lady Devils with a counter. Kennedy Varnado steps in front. She's gotten it to Beck. Beck with a missed dribble. But Beck never quit on it. Got herself right back into it. Wash with a long distance attempt. Both teams kind of look a bit desperate here, Rick, in the final 6 minutes of this one.
Ready to try to get this one over with. And not a lot of time left, as you said, under the 6-minute mark now. And good defense there.
Yep, that was Villapon again. Villapándo's been excellent for the time. We have a sub coming on, Rick, going off the pitch for the Lady Devils. That's Piper Bauer coming in for her. I believe that is Savannah Neal. Nope.
No, it's going to be number 2. That's going to be Gerald.
Gerald. I had Neal with the 12 with the 2 at the end, but I don't think that we have seen Gerald so far.
No, Gerald, it's going to be her first action of the night.
Trying to throw it down the line. Tide took that away, so it gets back towards the middle. And it's still loose. As Lowe now able to find Lewis, but Lewis just going to have to punch it out. So Tide will have it. 4 minutes and some change left. We're in our second 10-minute portion. No one's able to convert. This will go to PKs. Just like it did a year ago, Blue Devils were able to take that one in PKs a year ago. Here's good footwork by Williams. Williams has freed herself before it's tapped back defensively. And now here's a takeaway. Guess who? Porter. Porter going to play it through. Can Whitaker get there? It's a foot race and a good job by Watermill.
Ball by Porter, too.
Yeah, a great idea by Porter. You can see Whitaker, it's not during her sprint, but anytime she gets a chance, she's got a little hitch in the giddy up. Suffered a bit of a bang or a bruise up earlier when she made a save and tight play on a ball that laid loose in front of the pipes. She was able to punch it away defensively. She's been asked a lot of tonight. She's been both offensive and defensive depending on the lineup changes. Been used well tonight by Coach Ross. On the Blue Devils side.
Now you're just hoping one gets through here. Everyone's tired, but you want to keep it on your side of the field if you can.
Here's Thigpen trying to make it get loose for the Tide perspective out at midfield, just unable to do so. Porter with a throw, trying to work the line. Porter's got it on her boot again. Porter full of good ideas over on that far side, but she'll have this one get away from her. Stepping in, though, once again is Carter.
It's a really good pass by Carter, but boy, Kennedy Farno just anticipated where it was going to be.
Yeah, she's played a lot of soccer in her day. Really good player. There's no doubt about that. Here's a ball on the near corner. Lewis had a chance to maybe cross it, unable to do so. Kenny Varnado once again gets her boot on it for the Tide defensively. Closing in on whatever time they want to add. It won't be much here in this final 10. Then we'll go to PKs. Good defensive position, Alonzo, for the Blue Devils. Here on Aiden Stockstill night, Lee Triplet Stadium, the first of two that we'll call, Rick. Got an injured Tidesman. Lady Tide, I keep saying Tidesman. Sorry for that bad habit, folks.
You know, we always say we're not going to do it, but it looks to be cramps.
Yeah, potentially so. On these cool nights, we talked about it. It's hard to get your student athlete to take in enough fluids. We both live that daily with ours. They think it's cool, you don't sweat, and then you do this. She has been out there forever, though, and that is a huge loss for the Lady Tide, depending on how long it lasts.
Yeah, and then they'll need her if this goes into PKs. They'll need her leg.
Filipondo, Jaleese Filipondo comes out.
You know, a lot of these girls played soccer together coming up through Rec League. I know Sophie's played with Kylie and Kennedy, played with Jaleese. I got to chat with Jaleese's mom before the game, asked me to open up a battery pack for her she was having trouble with. And
hopefully she doesn't come find you with this pronunciation. I hope I'm close. I really do.
I think you're pretty close.
I've heard Coach Ed say Jaleese a billion times, and I failed to get the correct pronunciation.
I think you're right on,
Jaleese.
man. But Jaleese's mom's been very involved with soccer in Picayune for a long time. Helped coach.
Here's a scramble for it, Rick, and the Blue Devils just going to punch it ahead. Both teams probably looking for that final set of whistles, anticipating what's ahead. And one of the highest drama sports moments you can put together, and that's PKs at the end of something like this, where both teams have poured so much into it. Here's
Boy,
Kennedy
Varnado.
Varnado going to launch one down the near side. Can anybody retrieve it? Nope, it will find its way out. That was Crum trying to run it down. Scarlett Crum trying to get there. Here's
I tell you, man,
Williams,
Varnado she doesn't let a ball get by. Just been and playing as hard as she did in the first half of this game here in extra innings, as we'll call it.
Williams with a shot at it, just kind of a desperation type look at this point. Can't really falter. You never know what could happen.
It's about a 46-yarder there by Miss Bennett.
Yeah, just trying to hit a home run, and sometimes when it gets late, you never know. A keeper can slip, ball can bounce over a head on this crazy turf, so it's not always a bad idea. See what can play out. There's Varnado once again, just putting a boot right on it.
Just making sure nothing slips through, and that is the double whistles, my friend. Here we go.
Yep, so that will do it until
Hang
we
around,
get
folks.
to PKs. What's going to follow now? Bunch of former Tidesmen on the guys' side starting to make their way here. See a few of the seniors from last year's great team. Just we talk about PKs, you talk about heartbreak, a heartbreaking end to what was a brilliant season from the men's side. Rick, over at George County, went into several sessions of PKs and just unable to secure the win. But that same George County club went on to win the state title. That was in South State, that the men's side of the Tide team. And so you look at it a bunch of different ways, but the one way is to look at it. That was just a brilliant year by the Tidesmen. I see at least 2 or 3 of the alumni from last year's team sitting over to our left tonight. It's a good crowd on the far side for the Lady Devils and the men's club to follow. So this is a neat scene that's about to play out for these PKs.
It is, yep. And you mentioned it. You know, you talked about practicing those things at practice, and I know you mentioned Easton had a chance to get in on a PK. And for the Lady Tide, you know, you want your best feet in there. One of them is going to be wrapped up in a blanket there on the sideline. That's Kylie Varnado. And then we saw what happened with Jalise. She's cramping a little bit. Not a good sign there for the Tide. I'm assuming for the Devils, we'll see some of their better feet as well. I believe we'll definitely see Riley Griffin. We'll see Genesis Flores, maybe see Sophie Whitaker. Keller Lowe will be in there as well. And we'll have to see who else we use here for the Lady Devils. But this is going to be their first opportunity as a group to do PKs with this team this season.
Yeah, last time out for the Lady Tide, they lost in PKs on their home pitch, so trying to do something about that here against the Lady Devils. And of course, you've talked about the history from a year ago and winning this ball game in PKs were the Lady Devils. So a bunch of storylines.
They got a lot of folks that can kick it. I think you'd probably have Kennedy Varnado out there. I think we'd probably see Thigpen for the Lady Tide as well.
Yep, we'll
and of course Wash.
See, this is a high drama, high stakes. Of course, the keeper and Bennett and Waterman going to be asked to do a work here. That's Kara Bennett, a senior. Waterman, Lori Lee Waterman for the Tide. And we'll try to keep, Rick, if you would, I'm going to ask you, I mean, I should be able to, but if you'll tally mark this thing, that way we don't get lost on our PKs here.
Yep, I will do it. I'm going to try to get this score bug counting these things here.
Who do we have first here for the
That's going to be
Central?
Annie Alonzo is going to take the first stab at it here.
So Alonzo's going to have the first one. Waterman in net for the Tide. Here's the approach. Really nicely done there by Alonzo able to hammer it home. It's the Blue Devils. They're first. I believe that's Wagner set to go for the Tide.
And that's always tough when you're getting ready to kick and have to stop.
Yep, and a whistle as the keeper, maybe not right where the official wanted the keeper. And so you talk about nerves, a little do-over here with high stakes. That is tough. But handles it perfectly, does Wagner. Able to net one, so through the first round, one apiece. Up next for the Lady Devils, that's going to be Morey. Katie Morey now with the kick. Here's the approach and a ball smashed to the back of the net. Beautifully done there by Morey. You talk about nerves, Rick. There's some nerves here from these student athletes just walking up and really hammered that one.
And here's
Wash.
Wash.
Yep, Caitlin Wash set to do business for the Tide. And just trying to pass that one in and stayed wide of the pipes from the foot of Wash. Just stayed wide to the right, Rick. More of just kind of a pass attempt rather than just trying to bang that one home off the foot of Wash. Next attempt for the Lady Devils. Couple hops and a kick, and it's through. That was off the foot of Gerald.
Yep, it's a 3-1 advantage now in favor of the Lady Devils. So Lady Tide going to need this one here. That's going to be
Thick Pin. Yep, Thick Pin set to whack it here for the Tide. Meadow Thick Pin with the approach, and it is into the arms of the keeper and Bennett. Bennett able to squeeze it.
And here's Carter. Carter may be the most accurate of the Lady Devil kickers.
Nicole Carter with a couple hops before her approach here. And right as you described it, Rick, top shelf action and beautifully done. And it will be the Lady Devils back-to-back years here on the Tide home turf win in PKs, and exuberance on the far side and heartbreak on the near side. And what a picture of high school athletics right there, as we saw Lady Devils win it in PKs. We saw them go full 40, then the 2 extra 10s, and then PKs decide it. And back-to-back home matches end in heartbreak for the Lady Tide. It will push the Lady Devils district record to a 2-2 mark. It will drop the Lady Blue Devils mark down to 1-3 in district play. And just a gutsy effort from both clubs. And the Lady Devils going to get the win tonight after a remarkable performance from both sides.
Yeah, just a really hard-fought game. You know, we kind of saw this one coming as a repeat of last year. PK's decided it. I mean, you hate it for the Lady Tide. Big win for the Lady Devils. They're feeling like they're playing pretty good right now, and proud of themselves, and should be a good one. But you know what? We'll do it again, and we'll go through district play again. Everybody's going to have a second round. You get to see your opponent once already, so you have a little bit of an idea what to expect. So district is far from decided. Still a lot of games left to be played here.
Yeah, and you look at the scores throughout the standings, it's a lot of parity across this district, so anything can happen on the lady side down the stretch We'll find out more about the men's side in just moments as we'll get the kickoff for your men's action. After probably about a 10-minute break here, Rick, we'll keep the stream going. We'll play spots the best that we can, but if you hear a lull even without spots being played, we'll crank back up for the men's action. Probably in about 10 to 12 minutes. We'll give Jackson Harrelson a break. We'll give you a break after that long first match, but we're probably about 10 minutes out. We'll leave the camera running as we will have some Aiden Stockstill night stuff maybe go in between these two games. We want to make sure we capture that, anything involving the Aiden Stockstill night. We want to make sure we capture. Down to our left, Jackson, if you're still working, down to our left near the track, it looks like something's being unveiled or something's going on as the Tidesmen have kind of gathered over on that left side as the dad of Aiden Stockstill, Chris Stockstill, over on that left side. And so I see Eddie Cruz holding a banner or some type of piping that he's got a hold of over there. And so we'll make sure the camera's working during this portion. We're going to give a chance for maybe Rick to go get a hug of the neck of Sophie, and then we'll reconvene and regroup for the men's action probably in about 10 or 12 minutes. So we appreciate you taking in Talking Ball Y'all's coverage of Pearl River Central and Picayune soccer tonight. Lady takes it to the Lady Devils and PKs.
Tucked away in the woodlands of Pearl River County is where you will find the Henry Smith House and its sister property, River Oak Manor. From an elegant Victorian estate to a sleek, cozy farmhouse, these two stunning venues are perfect for weddings, events, or a weekend escape. The properties offer serenity with a genuine and unique experience among pristinely beautiful grounds. Experience southern charm, modern comfort, and unforgettable moments, all in one gorgeous destination. River Oak Manor is breaking ground for continued expansion for wedding and event accommodations and are booking reservations for 2026 and beyond. Visit bearriveroakmanor.com and start planning for your perfect getaway today.
We're back here at Lee Triplett Stadium, about a minute and a half away from men's action. Nightcap of the doubleheader. Lady Devils took the first win in PKs. And now the guys portion of the Pearl River Central and Picayune contest about to get underway, as Blue Devils going to be in white bottoms, black tops, those blue numerals, Tide in that all maroon kit, white socks for the Tide tonight. Tide come in 2-1 in district play. Blue Devils on the other side, 1-2 in district play, and so that's how they kind of line up. Rick, you got a chance to get a break. We get a chance to hug Sophie's neck after their win over the Lady Tide. Now we're set, ready for our second matchup here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, Clay. I think it's a similar situation, but flipped with the opponents tonight. Maroon Tide sitting in good position. I think had a dominant win. You and I talked about the Hancock win. That was a team that I got to see play prior to the start of the season in a tournament in Poplarville. They took on the Bobcats and actually played them pretty well, Summerall, and Maroon Tide handled them very well. And the Devils, on the other hand, they're in that desperate number 5 spot right now, 1-2 in Region 4-6A play, but their games have been close. They lost a 2-2 game to Hancock with penalty kicks, and won a 2-1 game against Pascagoula and lost 2-1 to Long Beach. So all the games have been close. Just struggled to get over the hump there. And but the difference in the men's and the women's side, Clay, is there's a big gap between where Picayune's sitting in 2 and then everybody else kind of sitting that 1 and 2 spot. So the Devils, with a win tonight, could really put themselves in a good position back in this district hunt for the Tide. They just want to keep things rolling.
Yeah, I've played really good soccer over the last 2 matches. Have the Tide getting back-to-back wins over Hancock, and then also wins over Hancock and Pascagoula. Have played really good soccer. Have the Tide of late. Gaucher sits atop of the district with a perfect 3-0 record. As we're underway, Tide applying early pressure here as E.J. Callahan and Eli Callahan teaming up for an early chance. Here's a good run by the Blue Devils down the right side, and almost a goal as the Tide almost gave up one coming down this far side. And a frantic start, Rick, a little bit different than the ladies' side, where there were really not very many chances at all. This one's kind of started fast and furious in our first minutes, both teams with good opportunities.
Yeah, that was their best offensive player. That's Hudson Barnum. Got a nice crossover to his teammate, and Carson Lord just missed it, Clay. If he gets that, it's probably an early goal for the Devils, but Tide survived.
Tide with Dylan Gray down that far side. Dylan Gray was the man of the match last time out for the Tide. Was able to get one. He's trying to find Josue Civilian down the far side. There's Edgar Cruz in the middle for the Tide. Gray now with it on his boot. Tide trying to push forward, trying to find Josue Civilian. Tide with a good offensive attack. That's E.J. Callahan on the far side. Him and his brother Eli will do good work for the Tide. E.J. now with it on his boot after the throw. Going to be launched deep as the Aiden Stockstill night. Some really neat stuff between the 2 ball games. Chris Stockstill and his family honoring the memory of their son, Aiden Stockstill, in between the women's match and the men's match tonight.
Yeah, what a nice moment.
Really was, man. Kind of hard to regroup even as a broadcaster. I can't imagine a young man out on the pitch Jackson Gutierrez with the throw for the Blue Devils. Eddie Cruz trying to secure it. Gutierrez trying to make a run down the far side, has gotten himself into a decent spot. Junior James trying to fight him off, but he's got it in the corner, and Gabe Brewer going to have to make the save. The keeper for the Tide going to come out and get it. Tide have given up some opportunities here in these first 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, really good save there by Brewer. He had that young man we just mentioned in Barnum closing in.
Here's Edgar Cruz trying to find Brad Wilson with it. Freshman for the Tide getting a start. Here's a good boot ahead from Cruz trying to find Josue Salbillion. Salbillion makes a nice run at it.
Boy, you've said that a lot of times. Good boot by Cruz.
Yeah, I've said that a few times right in this setting, too. Good catch by you. Salbillion, a good offensive player for the Tide, has gotten a boot in it. Brad Wilson just unable to get to it in time. Cross midfield. Here's another good chance. Dylan Garay just going to tap it away defensively for the Tide. But
nice
making
move.
some nice runs are the Blue Devils. Contreras for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Contreras made a really nice move there. Good footwork.
Both teams really getting after it here in the early going.
There's that play, man. They got to go send a player out off the field to the stands.
Yeah, Xander
Or
DeWeer trying to retrieve it from a young man in the stands. DeWeer being asked to back up a bit. If you'll remember right, Rick, his brother was the keeper a year ago, Aiden DeWeer. You got to see a lot of Xander in this matchup.
Boy, he was a good one.
Yes, he was. Here's a good throw. Speaking of good one, that's a perfectly placed throw. And Sabian going to get it to E.J. Callahan. That's now Eli Callahan on the far side trying to go to work, but taken away. Good defensive play by the Blue Devils. Trying to get it back through the middle, but a takeaway gives up a chance. Eli Callahan trying to win this ball in the middle and going to be too heavy on the touch. It'll get out of the boundary, as that was Maddox Hyman. Junior James with a nice ball to Cruz. Cruz has done a good work. He's gotten it to Josue Salbillion, trying to get it out wide, just unable to do so. But here's Cruz. As they'll say, a stop of play. Too much contact from the Picayune side. 5 minutes in and some change. No score, but been plenty of action already, Ricky Whitaker.
It has. The guys are getting after it just like the ladies did.
Yep, a few more offensive fireworks, although nothing to show for it than the first 5 of that ladies matchup. Effort all the same. Junior James with a good box out defensively. And Xander DeWeer tries to play it down the line, unable to do so, trying to get it back to Brad Wilson. Wilson now with a near run. Gets it to Josue Salbion. Salbion going to play it out wide. Eli Callahan with a move through midfield. Just short on the pass, allowed Halsey to get back involved defensively, and this is dangerous. Comes up with a big boot. Nothing to show for it, but that was Contreras again for the Blue Devils. He's found himself in some risky spots if you're looking at it from the Tide spot. If you're Coach Hunt on the far side, that's where you want it. Coach Hunt, the coach for the Blue Devils. First year coach, Coach Nick Middleton for the Tide, assisted by Sam Talavera. Talavera assists both on the men's side and then with the junior high ladies. Gives a lot to himself with this program, and then Tide are really pleased to have Coach Nick Middleton in his first season. A real steal to get him here at Picayune. Great experience. Going to be a great coach for the Tide. Ball in front of the box. This is dangerous, but it could turn into a counter as E.J. Callahan plays it forward to Josue Salbillion, but there's a nice play by Connor Gonzalez to cut it off for the Blue Devils.
It just took a unfavorable bounce for the Tide there, and that happens sometimes in soccer. He was in good position.
Yeah, it was a good idea by Callahan, E.J. Callahan. Sibelian trying to take on 3 Blue Devils. He'll live to tell about it, too. He'll actually nick it off the side of a Blue Devil. Tide going to earn a throw.
Nice heady play there by him, corralled against the sideline.
So about 8 minutes have been played so far in this one. No score. A couple good opportunities from each side. Here's another as Cruz trying to play it. Just a misplayed pass from Edgar Cruz. Ball down the far side. This is well done by Dylan Garay. Garay, good defensive player for the Tides. Got a ton of experience off that team from a year ago, does Garay. Dylan, a fine footballer in his own right. A lot of fun to watch as 8 in the maroon. Anticipates it well. Brewer, speaking of anticipation, comes out and gets that one. The keeper for the Tide, Gabe Brewer. Brewer trying to launch it far side to Callahan, but it's taken away. They're playing with fire, or the Tide, and that far side continue to involve this young man and Contreras. Here's a miscommunication between.
That was friendly fire there with the contact.
Yeah, that was Chris Johnson getting into the body of Junior James, and so just going to have to communicate better. Our teammates there from the Tide perspective. If you're the Blue Devils, you don't want Johnson running into you, so you'll take it. Big young man. He was actually the honoree for the Tide varsity for the Aiden Stockstill Award prior to this one. Chris, a beautiful artist.
What nice pass there, too, by Eddie.
Eddie put it on the money as he normally does. Tide unable to do anything with it. And speaking of on the money, a through ball, but Brewer will come and get it. Tide through the middle, going to have to be a bit sounder than that as keep involving Contreras for the Blue Devils. I've given him a couple good looks at it already here in this first 10 minutes. That's him with it on his boot now. Just going to play it back and punch it forward. Brewer being asked too much of here in the early going from the Tide perspective. Junior got there just in time. Can it turn into something? Cruz going to play it to Brad Wilson. To Salbion, just going to punch it up in the air to Wilson. Not a whole lot of intent on that one. You can see Wilson kind of patting his head in frustration.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to have his teammate breaking there, but that was not the case.
It was not. Xander DeWeerd now involved for the Tide. Great pass by Cruz. See if it turns into something. Cruz with it on his boot, but launches it off frame. Good attack set up by the defenseman, Xander DeWeerd. Not a bad idea at all to bump it back and forth between him and Cruz. And then Cruz with a launch job. Ball out at midfield, but now E.J. Callahan with it on the far side. Tries to play it back through the middle. Brad Wilson has it taken from his boot. Brad, just a ninth grader, cousin of Nolan Wilson, the 4-star, had it at Alabama. 6 for the Tide, can flat out fly, Rick. Just a ninth grader for this club. Little cousin of Nolan Wilson. Nolan Wilson was a soccer guy in his own right. Now he's going to be an Alabama football guy. Just competed in the Mississippi Owl game weekend ago. Tide maybe can turn this into something as Chris Johnson with too heavy a touch. Going to be a Pearl River Central throw. Both teams have settled in a bit. For the throw, let's see from Pearl River Central's perspective, that is Reese Polk with the throw. Football player, dual sport guy is Reese Polk. Going to be bumped forward. That's Gutierrez again. Clever ball back through the middle, but Cruz deflects it off his shoulder. Connor Gonzalez now trying to make a play through the middle for the Devils. Eli Callahan going to come up and put a boot on it. Callahan 5 for the Tide, one of the most aggressive guys in that make and model. He's a smaller kid. He'll remind you a lot of the way Amarion Tyson played linebacker for the Tide a few years ago on the football side. Just no fear. Here's Salbillion to Cruz. Cruz turn it into something, bumps it forward. Oh, and a good idea, but no result. Trying to find Salbillion through the run in the middle, Rick. Didn't turn it into anything, but it was beautiful to look at. It'll turn into maybe a corner here for the Tide in the end.
Yeah, it's been some really good passes from the Tide here to start this game. Just better defense from the Devils. They've really played well to start this first half.
That was Polk who was able to punch it away. Reese Polk with a good move defensively. That's going to be Eddie over in the corner. Edgar Cruz going to boot it. Tide scored on a set piece like this. It was off the heel of Sabion to Dylan Garay in the last match. That resulted in a long goal and a win for the Tide. Similar situation as this. A bit earlier in the match, but it was the same setup. See what the Tide have in store here. A good ball through. It's on the box. Xander DeWeer had a shot at it initially, but am able to boot it home. Well done by Eddie Cruz. Tide trying not to have a counterattack go against them after the fact. Going to have to really get on their horse defensively. This is a good run ahead. Xander can't foul him. Won't. Good slide piece there by Xander DeWeer.
That's Barnum again. Barnum's gotten loose a couple of times here early in this match.
Yep, and that's what you want to do on the corner. You want to defend it and then get offensive-minded, really turn it into a counter. That's what the Blue Devils were able to do. Xander DeWeer with a good slide at the end to save the day from the Tide spotted, but it will result in a corner. So these are always dangerous for each side offensively. This is what you want to create, corner after corner, set pieces after set pieces. Here's going to be played short, and a good job coming up to attack it once again was Xander DeWeer.
Yeah, it's not a very well-hit corner kick from the Devils.
The 25-minute mark has become a tradition that the Tidesmen and the fans honor Aiden Stockstill's memory with a standing ovation. Have you heard that spattering of clapping in the back? The full bench from the Tide will rise, and so will the fan base to honor the number 25. Here's a loose ball. Eddie Cruz going to come up with it. He's just going to give Josue a chance to run under. Salbillion unable to do so. Cruz going to control it once again at midfield. Heavy touch, going to go past the touch line. It'll be Blue Devil throw.
I think Eddie wanted a call there and probably deserved one.
And he gets the call. Lobbied for it, won it. Did the politician, Edgar Cruz. We lovingly refer to him as Eddie. And he can do damage from here, Rick. Like, he can put it basically where he wants to. He's got that kind of boot, even from this type of distance. He can really set up a teammate nicely. See if he's able to do that here. He's hit a low bounding kick, but he's gotten back onto it, has Cruz, and has launched one towards the keeper. Save there.
Cruz now responsible for both of the goal kicks for the Tide early in this match.
Brady Guerrero, the keeper for Pearl River Central. E.J. Callahan trying to control it on the far side. Good defense by Halsey at the moment, but Callahan's now loose. Can he get it back on the frame? Almost. A beautiful cross. Now that's trouble. Salbillion's got it for the Tide. So Callahan made a lot of that, Rick, on that far side. I thought he was covered up by Halsey, but escaped it and then somehow crossed it back through and almost turned into something for the Tide. Still might.
Yeah, he got it in there close to the foot of Wilson. Wilson was a little bit too far up the field, but it was a great idea. Really kind of passed it blind. I don't know if he really saw him, anticipated where he was going to be. Made a nice attempt.
Xander going to come up and make the throw for the Tide. Tide going to have a shot at it here. That's Callahan able to punch it forward. Did Cruz nick it enough? He did not, but just missed an opportunity there to be able to put a boot on it and get it to go. It was a great
That was close.
chance for the Tide. Here's Garay coming up and getting it. Look at him control it. Going to punch it back towards the middle. Josue Salabon trying to make a play for it. Salbillion. Nothing, but Junior James now controls it. Eli Callahan. Callahan with a nice bump back in the direction of Junior James. Counter attack for the Blue Devils. Blue Devils with options forward. Can the Tide take it away? They can. Xander DeWeer there to clean it up. Good speed to retrieve it is Hyman. Hyman with a beautiful punch ahead. Brewer comes out. Risky choice there, but he lives to tell about it. Callahan, brothers back and forth. Eli to EJ. Chris Johnson trying to control it, unable to do so, and it's loose. Blue Devil possession for a second before Eddie Cruz able to get it. Junior James with a slide piece in front of him by Reese Polk. Polk able to win it. Polk's been good tonight so far for the Blue Devils.
He has played very aggressive on defense.
Here's a dangerous chance from the Tide perspective, but Garay with a good dribble ahead. He can turn it into something out across midfield, but a nice recovery by Heinzman. Housey with a good play there for the Blue Devils. I would ask for grace and mercy from Blue Devil fans. I've seen every second of the Tide action. I'm not quite as accustomed to seeing the Blue Devils. We've done as much prep as you can do in high school soccer preparing for these matches, but if I'm not just quite as quick with the names on the Blue Devil roster, I'll apologize.
I think we balanced it out pretty good from the first game.
We'll try. As Miguel's going to check in for the Tide, Johnson will come off. That's Miguel Corona going to check in for the Tide. He'll take Johnson off, affectionately known as Deuce. We'll await the throw, the long-awaited throw off the hands of Polk. Brad trying to control it, unable to do so. Brad Wilson. That's the other thing I'll do. My son's on the team. I'm so used to calling these names by first name. I'm trying to get you the full first, last. But when you're used to talking about them down in the bleachers, Rick, you probably fought that in the first game. Easy to go first name only. But we'll try to get it sorted out here from a broadcaster's perspective. As Cruz going to poke it ahead. Salbillion can really run. If you don't judge his speed, he'll make you pay. Still played with a bit and just going to have to be punched out of bounds. Salbillion, you can see Josue just eating up 5-yard chunk after 5-yard chunk. You begin to feel that pressure and just have to play it out and give Tide possession. And Cruz knows that. He'll launch it far out in front and give Salbillion a chance to run into one.
Yeah, with the hustle that he's doing there with Salbillion, it makes them have to just kick it out of bounds. So it ends up, if he's not hustling like that, they're able to turn it and make it positive.
Yep, and so here's going to be a play out of bounds. Going to be a Pearl River Central throw, I believe. So Pearl River Central did a good job defending it. Half of the first half gone, 0-0 our score. Much like our first matchup in the ladies. Stayed 0-0 the whole way through, Rick, into PKs. That's where Lady Devils were able to take it over the Lady Tide. Hard fall, understatement in that ball game. Here's a ball played forward and a misplay, a shove, no whistle, and this may result in a goal, a one-on-one chance, and finally a late whistle, an outright shove of Xander DeWeerd, and a late whistle, Rick.
Yeah, I agree. I saw the shove, but I don't agree with the whistle. They blow it or don't blow it.
Yeah, in soccer, they'll take their time, but, boy, that was dicey play. DeWeerd had misplayed it. He's actually the benefit of kind of a silly play on the other side. Xander's going to tell you that's not exactly the way he would have drawn up playing that ball initially. Contact, back through the middle, just misplayed. Going to result in Pearl River Central possession. Been a few opportunities already here for both teams, Rick. I would say more for the Tide, but Blue Devils have had maybe the better opportunity. So,
yeah, I think that's a good point. And you wonder too, Clay. I mean, it's a 5:30 start for the girls' game. You play 2 extra innings, and then you have to go in and do penalty kicks. The boys are on a system with coming out to warm up at a certain time. You wonder if it throws them off a little bit, and they were warm and then they've cooled off a little bit and have to re-warm up. You just wonder if that throws their rhythm off a bit.
Oh, it'd be silly to think not, right, Rick? You're making a brilliant point along with, and it was a beautiful ceremony, and it really needed to be done. But that piece in between after that long sit, too, for the Aiden Stockstill night, totally off schedule are these guys. As we're at the 8:30 mark, they'd almost be mid-second half.
Yeah,
and
you're
most
talking about
nights
45 minutes, right, of being off schedule. That's a lot, especially in cold weather.
And here's a good move, made the turn for the Blue Devils. That was Strohmeyer who had made the turn. That was, once again, a kind of a dangerous chance defensively for the Tide. Going to have a good throw from deep in Tide territory, will the Devils.
Well, you look at these two rosters, too. Just it's not double, but it's nearly double for Picayune versus Pearl River Central with their roster, and that's got to factor into fatigue and available subs.
Here's a deep throw and a dangerous flick ahead. It's out in front of the frame. Going to have a shot at it and through. Got a shot and got it through. Just played with it too much out in front. That was Contreras able to knock it home at the 15-minute mark. So the Blue Devils will take a 1-goal lead as the opener going to go for Contreras. Just let it sit too long, and Contreras with a rocket shot by Brewer. And so the Devils going to take a 1-0 lead and put the pressure on the Tide here on their home turf at the 15-minute mark remaining in the opening half. Easton Sweet going to check in for Brad Wilson. Freshman for freshman sub here. Tide just let it sit. One too many spots. Sabillion with a chance in the middle, but surrounded by Blue Devils. Sabillion trying to win it back, has. Sabillion with a through ball to Easton Sweet. Easton trying to get to it. A lot of contact on the end of it. Tide will win it. That's a good win by the freshman in the corner. Sabillion with a good ball.
On his horses there, right where he was supposed to be at for the freshman.
Good ball by Sabillion. Good idea to play it back out to the right flank. Trying to split 2 defenders, and that's a good win. See if the Tide can turn it into something. Xander DeWeer going to have the throw. Going to be flicked up. Defensively, that should turn into a corner. We'll see if it does. Defended well by the Blue Devils, but you'll trade a throw for a corner if you can. I think that's what the Tide will get. Tide trying to get it to even with a corner. Had a score from a corner last time out. That was on Friday night's affair. Cruz going to hit it. Lays it up nicely, but headed out. See if Callahan can clean up. He will. Going to have to turn and run now defensively with the Tide. Xander DeWeer trying to win it. A misplay there. Good physical play after the fact.
Boy, Callahan trying to gather his steps there, but if he just takes the shot maybe a second earlier.
Physical contest, just like we saw in a ladies' action. Contreras with the opener, the 15-minute mark. Samir Contreras to give the Blue Devils the lead. Blue Devils 1-2 in district play, Tide 2-1. That's a pivotal matchup. over the head of Schoenmeyer, but going to result in a deeper throw for the Blue Devils. So that's the exact result that they wanted, to get a deeper throw.
Pretty good throw in, too. Got it deep down the line.
I have another shot at it just about 10 yards further up the pitch, which is, of course, what the Blue Devils would like. Garay tries to head it in the direction of Cruz. Salbillion tries to head it in the direction of Junior James, but all that to say, a whistle and a potential dangerous set piece that Contreras has once again created. And this is not good for the Tide defensively. They've let 8 really affect this first half offensively.
Yeah, Contreras has been very active here on the offensive side.
And him and Gutierrez trying to figure out who's going to do what here with it. It'll be a chip type look as Garay's going to deflect it out, but it'll turn in even to a better choice and chance for the Blue Devils now, as it'll be a corner as Dylan Garay gets a boot on it, but sprays it into the corner. So the Blue Devils get just the start they want here. A goal from Contreras, lead on the road, 1-0 in district play on your rival's turf. Going to have a corner set up near to Ricky and I. Played well. There it is, sitting again. And that's just what happened a moment ago. Still alive in the corner. Look, this is played nicely, but a whistle. A whistle comes out.
Boy, and you could see it there on our replay we're looking at. Had a header opportunity and just missed it. I believe that was Gonzalez for the Devils.
Going to result in a throw here for the Blue Devils. Cruz trying to win it for the Tide. And will. So Billion with it in the middle for the Tide. Going to be attempt to play through, but there's Polk again defensively.
Try to get it to Sweet. Sweet was sprinting. Sweet's got showing that speed too tonight, the freshman.
So Billion going to switch it from right to left. Junior James now with it. Punches it out to Callahan. Callahan back to Salbillion. Salbillion punches it back through the middle. Cruz now with it. Cruz trying to make something of it. Tries to punch it to Easton Sweet. Eli Callahan with it. Here's a shot for the Tide to maybe get one, but nope. Junior James kind of caught in between wanting to launch it there or bump it to Eddie Cruz. And
yep,
when you're caught in the middle there, nothing good really happened. So that was the result. 1-0 lead Pearl River Central with 9 minutes to go off the boot of Contreras at the 15-minute mark. Through the middle, and Tide able to take it. Eli Callahan now to Easton Sweet with a poor attempt there. A throw here for the Blue Devils. Here is Josue Salbillion trying to make it through the middle. Tide indecisive, and it'll be a run by, and into the open field goes the Blue Devils. A great slide tackle, but it'll be a whistle. They're going to say Xander DeWeer got too much.
Well, that's going to be in the box, I believe, right, Clay?
We'll try to get another look at it on where he gets the whistle. It's just outside the box.
It was close.
Yes, it was. Either way, it's creating a really good piece.
That ball just squirted through.
Yeah, made a choice there on the sideline not to just punch it out and then allow the ball to stay alive. Gutierrez is going to have a chance for it. See what the Tide can do. Struck well, but just above the pipe.
That's
They're going to survive it, will the Tide.
really well hit ball there. Just a couple of inches off of hitting that pole.
Yeah.
And top shelfer.
Yeah, just above the pipe, and that wall was smoked, Rick. I mean, it was hit well. Gonna switch it here, trying to get it to Miguel Corona. Corona tries to play it forward to Junior James. Here comes Callahan with it. Callahan just gonna bump it to his brother, E.J. Callahan. And another ball back through. Dylan Garay gonna have to get it out of trouble. Back through the middle. He'll punch it up ahead. Here may be trouble. Nope. Too heavy a first touch from Junior James. Miguel gonna play it. Corona to E.J. Callahan. Callahan trying to break loose. Has. Callahan now with a run. Callahan trying to make a run on the far side. He's got a shot at it, but he lets it go. He will, and it's to Josue Salbillion, and Salbillion just not going to be able to get it to go. A really good play by the keeper.
Yeah, it was
at the end of this.
play by the goalkeeper. Very good play.
Guerrero with a nice play at the end of this one. Just a good play by the Blue Devil defense to be able to escape it, as that was close. Close. For Salbillion, just a ball he probably dreams of. Callahan delivered it perfectly, but got to credit, tip your cap to the Blue Devils defensively, right where they needed to be in the end.
Yep, old keeper made a good guess, and he guessed right. Good ball there by Sweet.
Callahan trying to win it back. Unable to do so, and here's this counterattack by the Blue Devils, but Garay where he needed to be. Garay with a touch and a whistle.
Fans calling for a yellow card. I don't know if we'll get a yellow card there.
Nope, and Garay looks to go quickly. Boy, you know the Tide would love to equal things out before the break.
They're gonna make him do it again.
Blue Devils, though, would love to keep it and keep it with this one, or maybe add two. So that will be the drama we'll find out over the next 5 minutes here to close this half. Eddie Cruz doing work through the middle. That's got to be a whistle, as Cruz was pushed to the pitch. No whistle.
Oh, wow, that was an easy one.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy whistle, you would think, as Cruz now trying to kind of go back and get his. I don't blame him, Rick.
And they're going to call that. I mean, that was, yeah, I'm with you. I don't blame him either, but that was a lot lighter than what Mr. Cruz got.
Yeah, Cruz going to have to keep his composure, though. Such a huge component of his club. Can't get out of character, out of whack here before the break. Garay with a good win, and that's got to be a whistle, will be. Gutierrez now with a second contact on Garay. Under the 4-minute mark here, Rick, is a ball played through the middle. See if the Tide can turn something in here. Tries to punch it, does Easton Sweet. A lot of contact even over here, as both battling for it. Still battling. As Eli wins it, does Eli Callahan. And here finally a whistle, Lord. A yellow card.
Yeah, I thought Sweet did a good job of just keeping it in play there. He was getting a lot of contact and just direct pushes in his back.
Yeah, contact after contact, and finally a card shown. It's been a heavily contested ball game, just what you would expect in a rivalry match. Tide need to turn this one into something if you're Eddie Cruz from this set. See if you can. Try to get it to even before the break. Blue Devils with a goal from Contreras' boot at the 15-minute mark lead it. See what Eddie has in mind here. Have to be aware of deflections on these type of plays, right, Rick?
Yep. If he pops it up. He did. Ooh,
just too much.
that was hit pretty good, though. Popped it up. Good idea there.
Yep,
Avoided the deflection, but not able to get in that top corner he was shooting for.
I don't think it's ever in question if it's going to be hit well, right, Rick?
Yeah.
It's just the question will be if it's on frame and in play, and that one was a bit up and away, and so the whistle once again. Tide wanting to press up here on the kick. Playing it shallow, too, are the Blue Devils, so trying to make a counter on the second pass, but unable to complete that pass. Tide trying to get one here before the break, Rick, no doubt about that. And sometimes in that mindset, it turns into a good counter, so the Blue Devils certainly will be looking for numbers push forward, try to counteract that with a goal of their own to take a 2-0 advantage into the half.
Yeah, and had quite a few stoppages in play, so you'd think you'd have at least a couple of possessions here.
We shall see. As Miguel Corona going to put that one about 4 rows deep on the visitor side. And that's going to be the play you have loved in this high school game, is the retrieving of the ball. And so any time that you may have gotten the high school officiating here, we'll just kind of let that time waste away with a retrieval of a ball. I doubt that'll be much added time. So we're kind of into that extra time portion of this half as the clock is stopped here at Lee Triplet Stadium. Tide just trying to steal one to get back to even before the break. A late whistle, though, Rick. Obviously past the boundary, but there was no whistle to sort things out. Sabellion with a good chance with it in the corner is going to be launched into the cane trees or whatever that shrubbery is that wraps around that portion of Lee Triplet Stadium.
He's going to wish he didn't do that when they make him go get it.
Yeah, Ty going to ask for a fresh one and get one. Bring Xander down from his side and let him make a throw. He's got a good throw. See if the Tide can potentially run into one on this throw. They've put it in a pretty good spot, but that's the counterattack as the Blue Devils just going to launch it, kind of looking for the break, I think, are the Blue Devils on the defensive side, and why wouldn't you be with a 1-0 advantage?
Sure, I think that's the right thing to do there, and I think they may have at least 2 more possessions here.
Tied with yet another throw. So Billion with a good ball or a good idea now to Callahan. Callahan trying to make something work off the right side. He's got it to Cruz. Cruz punches it to Callahan. Callahan with it dead in front, but nobody can get to it from the Tide perspective. Edgar tried to, but could not. Xander to Weir trying to go to work defensively. Here's a pulling of the jersey. And the whistle going to go up, I think, against the Blue Devils here. As this one's getting chippy pretty quickly. Knew it would. But the whistle will go against the Blue Devils on first contact. See if Dylan can knock it to a... Oh. Sibilion with it. After a scramble in front, plays it back. Eddie Cruz trying to get it on his right boot. Unable to do so. Now he'll get it on his boot. A good through ball. Oh, what a ball. Just unable to close down on it in time was Junior James, but what a brilliant ball from Cruz.
Yeah, that's a great ball. They've missed on a couple of those here in this first half.
Just puts it on the far post, and James unable to nick it with his boot. But that was a really good choice by Cruz. Short ball. And there's the whistles to do it for the half. After one half, Tide trail at 1-0 We'll be back after your break here as Tide trail at 1-0. Contreras for Pearl River Central got a goal at the 15-minute mark. So we'll be back after this 10-minute break here. We'll come back with your second half action. We appreciate you taking in Pearl River Central and Picayune Soccer here on the Talking Ball Y'all Media Group. We'll take a 10-minute spot here at the half, and we'll return as Pearl River Central leads at 1-0 over Picayune.
Need a building or roof? Metal Building Supply specializes in pre-engineered metal buildings and components, and they even install metal roofing. They offer an array of styles, options, and sizes. Metal Building Supply will make it custom so you can make it your own. They are located at 3521 Highway 43 North in Picayune. You can look them up on Facebook at Metal Building Supply LLC or give them a call at 769-242-2630. Let Sean Glasscock and staff build you your dream building. If you're looking for a place for that much-needed pregame meal, a place to just take in the game, or a place to have your post-game celebration, visit Champion Sports Bistro. They are a family-oriented sports bistro located at 113 West Canal Street in downtown Picayune. With food and drink specials throughout the week, Champions is a great place to enjoy lunch or dinner. They are open Monday through Thursday, 11 to 10, and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 1. Champion Sports Bistro is Picayune's bistro for champions.
Rev up your ride with Topper World Truck Accessories, your one-stop shop in Gulfport and Slidell. Come in and talk to our experts on truck caps, tonneau covers, and spray-in bed liners. Topper World has next-day delivery and is offering a $100 rebate on select fiberglass truck caps. Our trained staff can get your truck ready to pull your boat to your favorite fishing hole or your camper to a dream vacation spot. Get to Topper World in Gulfport or Slidell for all your truck accessory needs, or look us up at topperworld.net.
Pit Lane Oil Change, located at 401 Highway 11 in Picayune, is a family-owned and operated business and have been serving the area for 15 years in the same location. They are a full-service oil change shop, servicing cars, trucks, and even servicing diesel trucks. Pit Lane is a Carfax top-rated service center. They offer new oil filter, air filter inspection, wiper blade inspection, power steering fluid top-off, check transmission fluid, coolant antifreeze top-off, and so much more. Their new hours are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and closed on Saturdays. Stop by Pit Lane Oil Change today and let them be your personal pit crew. At Planet Home Lending, you are more than just another transaction. Whether you're a first-time home buyer, a veteran using VA benefits, or buying a secondary home, they have a home loan program that fits your needs. Planet Home Lending proudly serves Picayune and Pearl River County with FHA home loans, VA loans, USDA housing loans, and more. Give Melissa Rubel a call at 601-276-5058 or stop by their office located at 219C Telly Road in Picayune. Planet Home Lending will get you home.
Diamond Productions is a premier live production company specializing in audio, lighting, video, content development, and production management. With an uncompromising attention to detail and a standard of excellence that exceeds expectations, we deliver seamless events that engage, inspire, and impress. At Diamond Productions, the bar isn't set for us, it's set by us.
Exotic Stone specializes in a variety of natural and manufactured stone and has proudly provided exceptional service, quality work, and low prices to the residents of Pearl River County and beyond for the past 17 years. They have two locations, 6895 Highway 11 in Carriere or 1171 Highway 90 in Bay St. Louis. Exotic Stones is ready to support all your commercial and residential projects. Give Angela Burmaster a call at 504-606-3170 or stop by one of their convenient locations to view their selection or to request a quote, and you'll be happy that you made Exotic Stones your choice.
Go visit Heron Ford, located on Memorial Boulevard in Picayune, Mississippi. They are your proud local Ford Lincoln dealer. Whether you're looking for a used car or a new car, or if you have service needs, visit Heron Ford, once again located on Memorial Boulevard in Picayune, Mississippi.
Making decisions on when and where to further your education is a big step in life, so let Pearl River Community College be the destination for you. Pearl River offers the first 2 years of any major and over 42 career and technical programs. They have 3 locations to better serve your educational needs. The Hancock Center at 454 Highway 90 Suite D in Waveland, the Forest County Center at 5448 Highway 49 South in Hattiesburg, and the main campus located at 101 Highway 11 North in Poplarville. Pearl River Community College. Roll, River, roll.
Since 2017, Cruz Law Firm has proudly served the people of South Mississippi with dedication, skill, and results. Whether you are facing a complex legal battle or simply need trusted guidance, our team will work tirelessly to deliver the outcome you deserve. Bill and his experienced team handle a wide range of legal matters, from real estate closings to personal injury, and from wills and probate to criminal defense. We've got you covered. When life gets complicated, we're here to simplify the process and fight for you. With 2 convenient locations in Pearl River County, Cruz Law Firm is ready to stand by your side. Call 769-242-2500 to schedule a consultation for your specific need. That's 769-242-2500, because your future is worth fighting for.
Protecting your personal belongings is a basic human instinct. You've worked hard for what you have. At Executive Storage, we are dedicated to providing you true, secure storage options and peace of mind. With 2 convenient locations to choose from, you can trust us to protect your personal, family, and business assets. Give us a call today at 601-798-4000 and let us help you protect your most prized possessions.
Back here at Lee Triplett Stadium, we appreciate you hanging in with us here on this Tuesday night. Tide trailing the Blue Devils 1-0 at the break. Contreras with a goal at the 15-minute mark for the Blue Devils. Stake the Blue Devils to this 1-0 lead. Miguel Corona trying to run it down for the Tide has. Miguel puts a big boot into it, trying to free Eddie Cruz, fighting with it when Reese Polk. Polk had it momentarily, but Junior James and Dylan Gray able to wipe that away. Here's Josue Salbillion. Salbillion plays it to Brad Wilson. Wilson unable to turn it into anything. Launched out on that far touch line. Here starting this second half, Rick, if you looked at it from couple keys to either team turning this into the win column in the second half?
I think for the Tide, Clay, they have to just tighten up some things on the back end. That defense, just too many quick breaks, too much time for the Devil offense to set up. And I think for the Tide on offense, it's just capitalizing. We had some opportunities there, some good passes, some missed passes in play, and really I think only 3 goal attempts, and those were all off the foot of Eddie Cruz.
So Billion trying to touch it back to Callahan. Callahan trying to keep it in, and we'll see which way the whistle goes. Did Callahan bump it when it was still in play or not? Not sure. That's E.J. Callahan. Eli with the lighter hair. That was one of the first things Easton taught me with this group. E.J. with the darker hair. Eli with the lighter hair when it comes to the Callahans. 5, it's Eli. 14, E.J. They can both really go. Here's Cruz with it, trying to make something happen for Wilson in the middle. And now here's that counterattack for the Blue Devils. Gutierrez has it. He's going against Dylan Garay. That's a lot of contact, and they'll get a whistle for Garay. Played off the back of the head of a streaking forward Barnum. Barnum's been in space a few times here for the Blue Devils. That was the scouting report coming in. Here's Barnum again down in the near corner. He'll hit across. And Xander DeWeer taking some time with it. Now eventually will play it out, but plays it out to a Blue Devil. Heinman. And here's a good-looking clear by Garay. Garay frees up E.J. Callahan. Now to Eli Callahan. A good ball. Can Brad Wilson run it down? He can really run. But Polk got in his way of the run there. Potentially could have been a whistle, was not. Tide will have a throw. 36 minutes remain in regulation. First match of the day, the Lady Devils able to take it over the Lady Tide and PKs. Gray going to have the throw. This is just deep enough to be chancy here for the Tide and the Devils. Going to head it back towards the center of the pitch, did Wilson. And now this is going to be launched. Going to have to be careful, Will DeWeerd's done a good job. He's put it on the boot of Junior James. And now just going to be flicked out of play. Coach Middleton going to make a play over here on the track for the Tide. Nick Middleton, a heck of a high school and collegiate footballer. Played for an elite standard. Cannot do that, or the Blue Devils can take advantage of that desperate play. Here's E.J. Callahan freeing himself down the near side. And a good run forward and a lot of contact. So Billion going to run it down for the Tide after the no whistle. And E.J. keeps it alive. It stays in. And here's Barnum now. Barnum against Junior James. Played back to the middle. Dylan Garay right where he needed to be. He's got a knack for being that way. Tide, we're looking for a whistle. Won't get one. This play will continue. Can't stop and wait for a whistle. Got to play through. Good aggressive play down the far side. That's Reese Polk. Polk's been good for the Blue Devils so far in this one. Here comes Junior James down with it for the Tide. Barnum off his hip. And now Barnum may have a chance for it. Nope, Xander DeWeer going to clear it.
Maroon Tide defenders have been a lot better here to start this second half.
Maybe some adjustments made in that break. That's that balance, right? Trying to chase that skinny goal lead and then not giving up anything additionally.
Yep.
can be tough. The balance between those two. Junior James flicks it, goes back towards the middle. Miguel Corona, and this could be trouble as it stays alive through the middle. Now Corona going to launch one. See if Brad Wilson's speed down that far side will hurry the Blue Devils. It will. It's Polk going to have it come off his chest. Initially flagged the wrong way. They'll get it right.
For the Maroon Tide, you've got plenty of time. You don't have to get in a hurry and rush, but you got to be intentional with your pass. You got to be intentional with everything.
So Billion, speaking of intent, he's got some intent on that rocket boot of his, but off the frame. But Billion's a Billion with a good boot on him, Rick. I know you've been impressed with Cruz throughout the playing season. Same type exit velocity off that right boot by Sabillion.
Yeah, he's got quite a foot on him, and that one again just inches away, but definitely on target.
Gonna set up a corner. Here's another look at Cruz. This is his 4th corner of the evening. And done a good job defending by the Blue Devils. Will result, I believe, in another corner.
Yeah, they'll get to do it again.
And sometimes when you see that, it's like getting a look at a picture a couple different times. You know, the Tide have now seen how it's going to come off Cruz's foot. Maybe Cruz can find the shoulder of a teammate here. 32 minutes remain in this one. Pearl River Central lead the Tide 1-0. There's a better looking kick, and just off the head, no good by Dylan Garay. It was a good looking kick though by Cruz. Trying to cross it was Junior James. Dylan Garay controls it. Garay with a shot, no good.
That was a nice
good
possession.
job by the keeper there. Guerrero coming up and making a play, and you're right, Slick. Tide did a good job of possessing it for a bit there and making some opportunities of it. Junior James does a good job keeping Bartum off for the moment.
More contact there. I mean, you're going to see it, but the pushes to the back is what I think you have to call. That's not any movement at all towards the ball.
Yeah, I would agree. So it will result in a throw for the Blue Devils. Gutierrez is going to make that throw. Flicked away, but this is a dangerous spot, almost off the boot of a Blue Devil. You had Hyman coming in, closing. Cruz trying to make a play of it on the far side. Him and Salbillion looking for a ball off the foot of Wilson. If Wilson could play it forward, has. Salbillion now with it. Oh, just tipped away, and what a tip away that was by Housey. Housey did just enough, Rick, to.
And he had Callahan closing on that left side, Clay. There was not a soul with him. Just couldn't get it to him.
Yeah, Valquez now going to come on. That's Alfred Vasquez for the Tide, checking in for Brad Wilson. See what the Tide look like with the substitution. Callahan, Eli, a good ball to his brother. EJ with the shot and into the lap of the keeper. It was deflected, and the keeper, Guerrero, did a good job coming to get it after the deflection. A good head forward by Xander DeWeird.
Yeah, Ricochet took a little bit of that velocity off of it, allowed the keeper to make an easy play.
Here's Xander going to chip it forward. See if the Tide can possess it, and will. Tide have been, as you mentioned, Rick, a bit better positioned here defensively. A good throw by E.J. Callahan is deflected back towards him. Here's the counter attack, and a good one. Ball, nope, too much. Too far and too much, so the Tide will have a throw under the 30-minute mark. Tide can't help but press a bit at home. 2-1 in district, 2-1 district play. Blue Devils came in 1-2 in district play. And so you start to clock watch a little bit, and then that pressure begins to mount when you haven't rippled the back of the net. So Billion trying to win it. Him and Garay. A lot of contact, play through. Toby with a good play. Toby Spears with a nice punch out. Miguel Corona going to try to get it to Eddie Cruz. Cruz try to find teammate with it. Midfield, a ton of contact, but they're going to say play. And Alfred trying to get it down into the corner to E.J. Callahan. Callahan with a good bump. Sabellion with a nice pass back. Here's Callahan with it. Ton of contact. They say play on. Little brother back in at Eli with a cross. Nobody there from the Tide perspective. Will sail harmlessly out.
Yeah, they are letting the contact go, especially down here close to the goal shots. A little surprising.
Substitution going to come on for the Blue Devils. That's Contreras. That's the goal scorer for the Blue Devils. Blue Devils lead this one 1-0. Going to sail out. Tide just looking to get it to even. Rick have had a ton of good opportunities. Just yet to break through with one. And then the Blue Devils, credit them. Not as many opportunities, but made good. Guy with it on the boot right now, Contreras with a goal at the 15-minute mark. Have staked his club to the lead. That's got to be a whistle. Just an all-out football tackle there.
Yeah,
Card
gotta
for
call that.
Contreras as he just checked in. Garay's talented and creative. I was anxious to see if they would let him take it, but it'll be Cruz coming back to take it. Salbillion trying to work himself open. He's in those fluorescent pink type boots. Wears 7 for the Tide. You'll have Eli Callahan, also a threat, trying to peel back.
Nice header
got off
there.
ahead, just couldn't direct it. But it will turn into a Tide corner. We appreciate you taking in Picayune and Pearl River Central Soccer with the Talking Ball Y'all Media Group tonight. If you could do us a favor, if you could subscribe to the YouTube channel, we would certainly appreciate that. As Cruz has, I count 5 corners tonight, Rick. Here's his 5th, put in a good spot. Salbillion with a chance with it. He's got it back to that right boot, but a good deflection. A nice play made defensively. That was Tyler Rutledge, I believe, Rick.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And really good play by Rutledge.
Denying Sabellion. Sabellion, you could see him round out, trying to make that turn into that right boot. The weird off the head of Sabellion. Sabellion now back in action. Controls it. Going to flip it rather nicely back into the box. Garay now with a header. Back into trouble territory. Oh, and just unable to finish it. The Tide have lived around there tonight, just unable to make their mark.
Yeah, especially here in this second period. They have been on this side of the field a lot tonight. Just gotta keep pressing, be opportunistic, and when you get the opportunities, you got to make sure you take advantage of them.
And the Blue Devils going to be in no hurry. That's part of playing with a lead. Garay just going to punch it forward. Can Cruz get there in the corner? He won't get there, but his athleticism as an offensive lineman, Rick, on the football side is rather remarkable to watch on display out here.
Yeah.
As he able to hurry the Blue Devils, force them into a tied throw.
Really good feet there, and close to being another corner opportunity.
Yeah.
It'll be a throw-in, though.
And it's on the ground in front of Sabillion. Sabillion will in turn turn it into a corner. So he launches it off a shoulder of a Blue Devil. Sabillion's about as good as you can be offensively in a match, Rick, and not have a goal to show for it. I mean, he's done a lot of good things offensively, just doesn't have a mark by his name.
Yeah, he's played incredibly well.
Dylan now with the corner. Is Gray going to have a go at it? And I'll count this as the 7th corner for the Tide, Rick. Normally you pile up 7 corners in a high school match. You get a goal out of it. Tide have been unable to do so far. Dylan now going to loop it back in.
He's going to do it a third time.
Yep. And, boy, you just like your odds here, Rick. If you're the Tide, I mean, you keep stacking up corner after corner. Eventually it's going to nick a shoulder in the right direction, you would think. This is played lower, flip back from the Tide's perspective. You got to be careful for a counter here. Tide have time. Miguel will play it long back towards the middle, but clear once again. That's Rutledge. Made a couple plays, been proud of both of them, has Rutledge. Good energy for the Blue Devils. Blue Devils can breathe a bit. They really survived something there, Rick. That was a onslaught of corners and offensive attack for the Tide. And they lived to have that 1-goal lead after that. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Salbillion trying to flip it to himself. He has. Brilliant soccer. Cruz has it on his boot. Plays it back to Salbillion. Salbillion now to Alfred. Alfred trying to make something of it. Going to play it back to Callahan. Callahan down the far side. Can he get it back through the middle? The cross is going to be denied. Boy, Pearl River Central's defense is being put to the test, but they have stood up time and time again so far in this match.
They have, and they've been overly aggressive on defense, and you cross over that line, you get a yellow card here. I think the Maroon Tide's got to try to see if they can get them to that level.
Callahan tries to play it back through, just missed. Trying to find Cruz with it, I think, on the cross. Just too much on it. "21 minutes to go in this ball game. Blue Devils got the goal at the 15-minute mark in the first off the foot of Contreras. But the Tide have lived on this portion of the pitch in this second half, Rick. Just nothing to show for it.
They certainly have, and you can tell Coach Middleton is telling his defenders one touch, and he wants it deep back down to his offensive players.
So Billion weaving in and out of traffic. A ball off his right boot, and once again defended by the Blue Devils. So Billion with a ton of shots, and they're actually going to say this came off a Tidesman. So
I was about to say, I believe that one went off of Eddie Cruz.
So Blue Devils can breathe a bit again. It's been that kind of second half, a kind of hold your breath second half defensively for the Blue Devils. Because here the Tide are once again controlling it defensively. But here now Blue Devils have a chance at it. Brewer going to come up and hit it. Going to be out of bounds. So less than 20 minutes to go, Rick. If you're a Blue Devil, you have to be happy with the score and holding up to this 1-goal lead. But there's been a lot go on defensively that you probably, when you look at possession, wish you could possess it a bit more, but you possess the most important category, and that, of course, is the score, leading at 1-0. Here's Salbillion. Another nice move. He's free, Dylan Garay. Garay tries to loop it from left to right. Plays back to Callahan, Eli Callahan. Now to the corner. That's where Cruz is. Can Eddie turn it into a throw for the Tide? Let's see. I believe he has. Now with 18 minutes and some change left in this one. Just about with the clock. You got that scoreboard bug dialed in. The clock's pretty much right on it.
Yeah, I figured out where the delay was in the actual bug when you hit the start on it. It's a couple of seconds off, so I've about got it figured out.
Here's a ball that has squeaked through momentarily. But the Blue Devils going to back the Tide out to midfield. Dylan going to just punch it forward to Eli Callahan. Dylan Garay, now a nice pass to E.J. Callahan. Callahan with contact at the end of it. And if you're the Blue Devils, Rick, you don't go into survival mode, but you've kind of played that way this whole second half, right? I mean, it's been one denial after another. You're going to have to deny again as you're going to have Eddie Cruz. I believe this is Picayune's 8th corner. Going to play this one in once again. Unable to do anything with a corner piece so far, but it's played back to Cruz. Cruz with a nice move. Oh, just couldn't retrieve the long dribble.
That was unfortunate there. Yeah, credit the Devils. They've played very, very hard here. I think the Tide has had more intensity here in the second period. Just unable to do anything with it.
Pressing forward, you can see how far the Tide have moved up defensively, just trying to gain every possession that they can. And here's a good turn on the far side, but Toby Spears fights it off defensively. Alfred trying to win it on the far corner. And here's Callahan in the middle of the pitch with it. He's trouble there. Just an errant pass. Miguel Corona with it for the Tide. Flips it back towards the middle. That's a dangerous move by Junior James and in danger. Contreras hasn't touched it much tonight, but he's got the long goal for the Blue Devils. A risky move by the Tide, still trying to recover from it defensively. Now the Blue Devils show a bit of life offensively. "15 minutes remain here. Salbillion had it crawl up the back of his neck. Tied with possession, Rick, and you really start to sense it. Soccer's a crazy game, much like in golf. It seems like the harder you try, the less good you can do. And sometimes when you're searching for a goal, it becomes that way. You don't want to press. That's the last thing in the world you want to do. But you have to be super aggressive here in this final 15 minutes.
Yeah, now you gotta pick it up a little bit.
You can see Coach Middleton, bottom of the frame, waving the Tide forward. Throw by Xander to Weird. Good job defensively by the Blue Devils. Dylan Garay, though, able to punch it. And now Xander to Weird with a good run in the corner. Sabellion with a good win. Dylan Garay tries to launch it, but another deflection. Whistle. We shall see.
That may go against the Devils.
And if it does right there, that creates another decent setup for the Tide, but the Tide have been set up rather decently all half here in this second. Have nothing so far. Salbillion with another chance at it. Flips it back through the middle. Nobody home for the Tide. Salbillion had the right idea there. Just keep plugging away. Keep putting opportunities back through the frame, back through the middle.
We may have another corner here. Oh, going to be a throw-in.
13 minutes to go. Oh, a good ball, and Cruz flips it just wide.
Oh, and he knows it too.
Boy, that was a good throw. And just flipped it wide of the frame.
We're going to have several subs now coming in for the Devils. We'll try to get those guys to you.
It's going to be Gutierrez checking in for Contreras, 10 for 8. Saw that one.
Yeah, Barnum's going to check back in.
So fresh legs for them and the way that they can manipulate you offensively. See if Alfred can do something with it down on that far side. Defended well there.
The Devils in full prevent mode here, Clay. They've got one offensive player. Everyone else is on this side of the 50. Defensive guys have walked way up.
That was Carson Lord able to defend it. Here's Dylan Garay trying to turn it into something for the Tide. And will. So 12 minutes showing on the clock here at Lee Triplet Stadium. Devils lead it after a goal at the 15-minute mark by Contreras. That was back in the first half. Here's Salbillion, who's dribbled from right to left, how it taken off of his boot. Good pass here from Toby Spears to Eli Callahan, and a nice ball potentially to his brother in E.J. Callahan.
Does a great job getting it in between two defenders, but just not able to get it to his brother where he wanted to, but still a good try there. Good idea.
Xander DeWeer with another deep throw. It's either been a corner or a deep throw time and time again for the Tide. There's Rutledge again with another defensive play for the Tide. For the Devils, excuse me. Going to be another corner, I believe, here for the Tide. Got them with 9 on the night. I think it's a corner, Rick. Maybe they're going to give a throw. Be surprised if it is. But it does look to be a throw instead of a corner. Look at Eddie down there trying to box out his defender.
They'll do it again, and you'll see that getting this close to the end of regulation here 10 minutes ago. They're content kicking that thing out of bounds and making them keep re-kicking. That's a
lot of contact. Cruz tried to make the turn to get one launched, and he was met with full-on chest bump. Getting late in this one, just 10 minutes remain. Blue Devils have been on their heels in the second half, but have done enough on their heels to survive it with a 1-0 lead. Contreras got a goal at the 15-minute mark in the first, and it holds up. So Billion didn't allow the turn. Dylan Garay now with it off the left foot and in. Dylan Garay's got it to equal. Dylan Garay with the takeaway and then gets it to level. Poked it free himself and then levels it up himself. Dylan Garay, a brilliant goal there.
That was a heck of a play there, and there's been so many like that tonight that ricocheted. That time I think the goalkeeper lost it, and it goes right over his head.
And Garay with a brilliant touch, Rick, to even set himself up. I mean, what a play by Dylan Garay, the man of the match on Friday, with a perfect goal off a corner, and here with a goal at the 9-minute mark. And Tide really going after it, and you sense it. And here's Garay again with it in the center. Garay going to pop it forward to Salbillion. Salbillion trying to get Cruz with it. Here's the right foot of Salbillion. No good. But that lethal right boot has come so close several times tonight. Salbillion can really hit it, Rick.
Boy, he nailed that one. Wow.
You could see him tee it up. It's like he was waiting and just couldn't hammer it home, but he was close. Dad turned around to make sure we saw that one, Rick. You saw Bob's glance back at the box.
Yeah, Bob want to make sure we're still awake up here.
Yeah, here's Salbillion with another chance. Going to loop it back out in front. He's trying to find Cruz with it. It's a great idea. Here's a tap away. Eli with it with a chance. He's gotten it to brother E.J. Callahan. Callahan with the right foot. It's in! E.J. Callahan puts the Tide in front. 2-1, the brotherly connection there. Eli, E.J., Tide lead it. 2-1.
And just like that, boy, what a change. How things can change in a couple of minutes. Stalemate for the Maroon Tide offense most of this game, and back-to-back scores here about 2 minutes apart.
Wow, and what a response by the Tide. And E.J. Callahan gets the goal, sprints over, holds up the Eden Stockstill jersey here on the Eden Stockstill night. Eddie Cruz on the attack. Beautiful slide tackle. All the momentum in the world firmly on the side of the Tide.
It's all shifted, and now for the Devils, you've been in a prevent. You've got to go into Hail Mary mode now.
Yep, you do. And inside of that, Rick, we talked about it from the Blue Devils' positive perspective. In doing so, do you give up one more? That's what the Tide would be looking to do, is Salbillion lurking down there. Good move offensively, but look at the Tide energy. The Callahans surround them. Here's Eli once again. Reckless energy from Eli. Dylan Garay with a nice pass out to E.J. Callahan. Callahan going to play it through the middle. Oh, almost had enough on it to get it to Junior James in the corner. Unable to do so. Cross midfield. Here come the Blue Devils. They enter the Weir. Well, one time, here's Contreras. He's got really good ball handling. Dylan Gray with a nice slide tackle to punch it out. Blue Devils do possess it, though. Gray flicks it away rather nonchalantly. Good play here by E.J. Callahan, and he's free Junior James. James tries to punch it to Eddie Cruz. Salbillion's back around midfield. He's gotten it, trying to work it off his right. Oh, what a move by Salbillion. Salbillion with a punch pass, gives it right back to us Cruz. Salbillion with the tackle in the box. Oh, that should be a free look for Salbillion. No whistle. Ball still alive. Salbillion still down on the pitch. That's an unfortunate no call. Should have been a
that was in
penalty
the box
kick
too.
for Salbillion. That's no good at all. Not sure how that doesn't result in a kick. Wow. Unfortunate.
Now you just hope the kid's okay.
Salbillion, tough as nails. I believe came into tonight's match under the weather. He never
into tonight's match.
Yep.
Mr. Wilson showed up.
Nolan Wilson here to support cousin Brad. Brad looks like he's about to check in for Josue. Sabillion's played a heck of a match. He goes right back to check back in. Tide have a piece, have a set off of it. Dylan's hit it too well. Gray gonna sell it over everyone. Tide lead it 2-1, so your mindset certainly shifts a bit. 4 minutes left in this one. Now if you're the Tide, you kind of play back on your back foot a bit. At least that's what human nature would tell you you do with a 2-1 lead. Josue going to check right back in. Wilson comes off. Tide trying to cling to this skinny 1-goal lead. Got 2 goals within, what, Rick, 2 or 3 minutes?
Yeah, it was a
Here's
very
Callahan again. Going to play it through to Salvillion. Nice ball there. Good idea by Callahan.
Todd now smelling the blood in the water, trying to close this thing out.
E.J. Callahan with a good throw to Dylan Garay. Garay moments ago got the tie to equal, and a beautiful ball here to Cruz. And Cruz just couldn't get enough on it to sneak it by the keeper, Guerrero. What a great play by him.
Beautiful header.
And Miguel Rona with a tough challenge on the far side, but
And the Devils looking for some call for contact there.
probably have a good case on that far side, to be honest. That's a bit much on the throw, though, about 10 yards, maybe too much. We'll get the young man to back up. 2-1 Tide. Trailed for the majority of this match, and Dylan Garay and E.J. Callahan changed that. Here's the throw by Gabe Brewer to E.J. Callahan. Callahan playing with a certain pep in him step. Look at him walk this far sideline, and then just too much looking for Cruz. Salvillion trying to find it in the middle.
That's a well-placed ball.
It is, and
Devils,
it's
and
trouble
he's got
from the
room.
Tide's perspective. Back Johnson and Xander DeWeer with a cleanup of a tackle with a monster slide tackle.
And he's going to get the yellow card there. That was, we'll call that taunting. Stood over him after the play and let him know that he slide tackled him. And they're going to give him the yellow card on that one.
Strohmeyer got the tackle applied to him. That was Xander with the tackle. Clock stopped here. It was going to be whatever times decided to be put back or applied. Salvillion tries to backflip it and has brilliantly to Callahan. Callahan trying to find Cruz down this near sideline. 2-1 Tide lead it. 2 late goals here in the second half. One from Dylan Garay, the other from E.J. Callahan. Blue Devils trying to get it to even here in whatever stoppage time will apply in the second half. Can't really be much. Salvillion trying to run it down. Alfred over there for the Tide as well. Blue Devils looking for a whistle and maybe balled it there with a little action.
Yeah, this may be it.
See if the Tide can guard against the set. Tide lead it 2-1. Dramatic match here, much like the first. First ended in PKs. Lady Devils took it over the Lady Tide. This one saw 2 late goals for the Tide. Tide now just trying to hold on. Callahan going to try to clear it. Salvillion and Cruz out for the Tide. Salvillion trying to find Cruz. Cruz going to run into it. Cruz trying to get it to himself. He has. Cruz now to James. James makes the turn. Good play for the Tide as at least burned a bunch of clock and yardage, making the Blue Devils work the length of it. Alfred now going to take one. Collected by Guerrero. Launches it to midfield. Can't be a whole lot of time left in this one, Rick, but will it be enough as the Blue Devils are off and running? Dylan Guerrero with another great defensive effort, but the ball's still alive, and the Blue Devils have a chance before Miguel Corona comes in and puts a boot to it. Tide living dangerously, and the Blue Devils have that sense of urgency. Here's a great throw. Too much space for the Blue Devils as Johnson almost had a handball but survives it. Callahan unable to clear it. Still alive and got a great shot at it now, Ricky Whitaker, as it's still alive out in front of the box. Blue Devils punch it back in front of the box yet again. Now out a bit wider, but not much. Blue Devils put a couple nice opportunities together there. It's going to be looped back in. Got to be close to stopped here. Can the Tide clear it one more time? Salbillion trying to. Can he put a boot on it either way? A twist, and that's got to be a whistle, and that should do it, and that's a terrible play, and that should really do it, as that was Rutledge coming in and just cleaning up Salbillion.
Yeah, it was one of those frustration penalties.
Yeah, he got his money's worth, too. And that should just about do it, Rick.
That's it. Nope.
Whistle to let it play, and there it's it. Yeah. And the Tide going to take it over the Blue Devils 2-1 as Dylan Garay got it to even, and just moments after, E.J. Callahan with the one that will seal a district win, a win over your arch rival on your home turf. Had opportunity after opportunity, Ricky Whitaker, and then finally the Tide were able to break through, and when they did it not once but twice in that second half to take a 2-1 advantage over the Blue Devils, and going to run their district record, all-important district record, out to 3-1, drop the Blue Devils district record down to 1-3. And what a big win for Coach Nick Middleton. Sam Talavera, what a big win for this Tide program over Pearl River Central tonight.
Yeah, huge win for the Tide. I mean, just a hard-fought ball game. Both ball games were like that, and you got to give a lot of credit to this Devil squad, too. You know, all of their district losses have been by 1 point. They've been in every ball game, just haven't been able to close them out. Lost a tight one to Hancock, so it'll be fun to see these two teams match up again as we go back to the district circuit again. But Tide the victors tonight.
Yeah, and what an impressive win for the Tide. Really needed it district-wise. Sense of real pressure on top of you from the Tide perspective, but we're able to fight off a stingy Blue Devil defense. You look at their record all year, Rick, they just don't give up a whole lot of goals. It's kind of been their mainstay throughout the year. So to get two back-to-back late goals have been hard to come by for the Tide. So to get those two late, credit the Tide, credit Garay, man. Back-to-back matches, he has come through so clutch for the Tide. Poked it to himself, able to go find it, net it, and then E.J. Callahan, the Callahan brothers, played their hearts out like they normally do tonight, and it was good to see E.J. be able to find the back of the net. Contreras with the goal in the first half for the Blue Devils. A valiant effort, a really, really fun match to be a part of.
Yeah, it was a blast, man, to watch it. I mean, and really good coach, a couple of really good coaches, good collegiate soccer players in their own right, and Coach Hunt and Coach Middleton. And I thought Coach Middleton coached a great second half, kept his team composed. They stayed physical, and they took as many opportunities as they could. And kind of like we were saying, one will break, and eventually, and we saw two break pretty quick.
Yeah, that was big for the Tide. That will do it for our coverage, Rick. We've been on the air since, 5:30, my friend? So over a 4-hour broadcast. Jackson Harrelson down to our right running the camera. But that'll do it for tonight's coverage of Pearl River Central and Picayune soccer, as the Lady Devils take the first matchup and PKs, the Tide, take the second matchup, the men's action, in late drama fashion. Got 2 goals late. That was Dylan Garay and E.J. Callahan. Contreras with the long goal in the first half for the Blue Devils. Held that lead for a long, long time before the Tide were able to break through and win it. We appreciate you spending time with us tonight. Until you hear from us again, love God, love people.